Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. It's been a bit of a rush this morning, my goodness, but we're here. The aeroplane's not ready though. We're live at Madrid, Barajas on Microsoft Flight Simulator with the flybywire A32NX. It's been a little while, but really nice aeroplane of course. And we're going to be heading out of the LatinVFR Madrid Barajas airport scenery in MSFS for a little hop to Ponta Delgada to check out the new iniBuilds Ponta Delgada scenery, recently released last week by iniBuilds, who have given us rather generously a copy to give away to one of you guys watching live wherever you are in the world. So as always with the rules that apply with our giveaways, the terms and conditions are linked in the live stream description for today. But here's our jet for today. Iberia's Airbus A320neo. We're using the development branch of the flybywire A32NX, but not the most up-to-date one. Why? Because about 20 minutes ago I got back from a motorcycle shop, and for that reason we've literally just connected the jetty and got external power connected, so we've got a bit of work to do. Hello to Evil Asar, welcome. Liam as well, Badger, David, James as well, welcome to you. Thanks for tuning in. Mike, living on a player, and Zotto, welcome. So what do? We're going to go through effectively almost a cold and dark setup with the A32NX. All we've got is battery, pumps, ADRS, evac alarm set to captain and purser, cruise supply on, nav lights on, overhead lighting and bits sorted out as well, no soaking seatbelt signs, and yeah, the external power and the pumps all switched on there, and we've turned our screen brightness up as we need it as well. We'll turn our attention here, and we're going to go to the AOC menu, init press, and we're going to pull in our SimBrief flight plan, which we can also do in the EFB. Tim, welcome, and Rab, howdy. I've been in such a rush today that I haven't finished my cheese and crackers, and my coffee is just about made and currently going cold, so we'll have that after takeoff. That's all good, that's all set. Fueling, loading, boarding. So we've got to make sure we do this. We'll do it set to fast.
Pronto, Captain. Go ahead. Hi there. Just to let you know that we may start the fueling data.
Oh, I love that.
You know as soon as it's convenient.
Spanish accent.
Roger.
Very nice. While that's whizzing away doing that stuff, it's pulled in our init page here, as you can see. We go back to the AOC menu. I won't worry about the rest. We'll then turn our attention to the init page and just hit init request. It is much easier having the SimBrief integration. And I like that it's in the MCDU, so you have to use it rather than it be linked to the EFB or something like that. But still, that works quite nicely. Cruise flight level 370 initially. Cost index of 15, but actually we're changing that to 35. With that, actually, I think I need to rerun the numbers to ensure that we've got the correct fuel on board for today as well, so bear with me. Just going to change the cost index from our profile of 15 to 35. And then I'm going to compare SimBrief against how much fuel we have on board. So it wants 10.3. Oh, okay. Basically the same. Block fuel 10.284 it says there. Oh, that does the job nicely. That's fine. iniB page, we can in this press it and then select it. Probably better to wait till it's actually loaded first, so I will wait for that because I think.
Go ahead.
Oh no, it's still selecting.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the aircraft is now fueled as requested. Roger.
10.3. Zero fuel weight. Estimated 61,987. So we will need to pop our payload in as well. Let's download that. I'll just do instant. Aeroplane gets weighed down. Bosh. That's a bit better. 6234.2. Jolly good. Flight plan page, LEMD, and Liam raises a good question in the live chat here. Doc, hello buddy. Thanks for sorting the route out today. And Aaron, howdy, howdy. Rab said, VATS Airplane Toolbox said it's too much. That's because it tends to kind of not like tailwinds too much. Don't forget the runways at Madrid are very long anyway. But Liam said, I think we should change the runway for departure due to us having a tailwind on runway 36. And in some instances, that would be correct. And it could be preferable based on the circumstances. If I show you guys the charts here. Tim, hello to you. I can't remember if I said hello. I think I did. You can see that runway 36 left with a tailwind of 4 knots currently in amber and a crosswind of 1 knot. Now that is within limits. A lot of the time big airports like this may select... they might keep the runway in use with a tailwind providing the runway surface is dry and the tailwind is less than 5 knots. The only thing I could suggest there, Liam, is maybe run the performance calculation again to see whether or not flap 2 might be suitable for you based on your weight. But similarly, a tailwind takeoff is always a toga takeoff. So make sure you don't have any derate in your performance calculations as well. So 36 left for the departures. And we want the Cáceres, is it the Cáceres 6 Lima? CCS, I think it's Cáceres. Yes. 6 Lima departure. Inserts. Which will give us the following. So out of Madrid's, runway 36 left, initially past the SS3 VOR. And then a small little dogleg turn, initially 285, max 205 knots, then 320 degrees, heading up to Mike Delta 039er. From here, heading westbound 269 degrees, up to Avila, climbing up against the terrain to 12,000 feet at or above. And then heading southwesterly 234 degrees to Longa, at or above 13,000 for the Cáceres 6 Lima departure, and then 90 miles out to Cáceres VOR, 13,000 at or above. And there we are. Initial climb is maintained 13,000 and request flight level change en route. That's the initial ATC clearance there, written in the box for us to read. Long old taxi as well at Madrid, but we'll go through that in a wee while. Matthew says, what does the triangle next to SSY on your MCDU mean? It means overfly. That's a good question as well. You know the answer to that though. Good morning. Real pilot trying to trip me up. My goodness. But yeah, SSY with a little triangle is the overfly there. You can actually change, if we, for example, wanted Avila to be an overfly, folks, we could press the overfly button and add it in there, and it would tell the aeroplane that we need to overfly Avila. That's what that means. Same with Cáceres, which after which there's a discontinuity, and we will clear that. Performance page in the flybywire A32NX, slightly tweaked. So we're going to go flaps 1. We're not doing a flex because of our departure with a tailwind today. We're going to run the METAR into the live chat for you guys as well, and with that we should get the QNH, which we will set. Up here though, we'll do 13,000. 1016. And that gives us 2,040. So we want 3,040. Actually, where is it? Doc did it for us. 1,000 above, followed by 3,000 above. So 3,040. 5,040. 3,040. That works. And because we've selected a flap setting now, we can select our V speeds in the jet too. And we'll worry about the approach tab in a little while. So that's good, that's done, that's done. I don't think we can do winds. Oh, we can in the flybywire A32NX. But unlike the Fenix, you have to do each phase separately. So we'll pull all that in. We could add it in manually if we wanted to as well, but that's all of it. A couple of simple 3 clicks. Quick swig of coffee, super important. I'm just going to check my detents as well. Lovely. Trying to remember if I set them up correctly or not with my Honeycomb Bravo or not. So how's the type rate training and all that kind of thing going, Matthew? I think you've done it all now, haven't you? Well, cabin announcements. We've got the Luke Air tool fired up as well. And we don't have any ATC online at Madrid currently. So 122.8 it is. Block fuel is good, that's all set and checked. When were we meant to push? Oof, we're late. 12:20. That's super late. Whoopsie daisy. Madrid, traffic Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, stand 39 Horta, QNH 1016, push and start.
We are ready for pushback.
Yeesh. Oh wow, Matthew, congratulations, how did it go?
Pronto, Captain. Go ahead.
I find SLC, self-loading cargo, is really good in some instances and then actually quite frustrating in some others. The way the scoring system works, I actually hate. Yeah. But hey ho. So that's all good, that's all set. External power is off. That's all cleared away. Jolly good. 3-2 left Zato indeed. Once we get airborne, folks.
Pronto, Captain. Go ahead.
Might have to spend 5 minutes.
A reminder. If you're using software to track your virtual airline flights, you may want to start it now if you haven't already. Roger. Pronto, Captain. Go ahead.
Dealing with the probate registry, though I might do that tomorrow. Car brakes removed.
Parking brake released.
Too much of a disconnect, isn't it, between
Stand by while we start pushback.
self-loading cargo and GSX all talking at the same time, but hey ho. Can't complain, I guess.
Cabin crew, arm the doors, please.
Okay, ignition mode start. Engine 2 start. Initially we'll do a single engine taxi. Hello Jan.
Madrid traffic, Iberia 3366, and stand 336, pushing back.
Sometimes part of me thinks we don't have a custom profile for this. Matthew says it went well, spent the trip flying our oldest A320s in 19, so missing all the uplink bells and whistles, but still a very easy plane to fly and work on. We really need the shades up all day though to combat the heat in the cockpit though. Oof.
Australia 4.
The chuffing X going on with this pushback, my goodness.
Takeoff for 5.
This is a very weird custom pushback that somebody's designed here. I don't think they've quite got the grasp of how that works.
On behalf of the crew, I ask that you please direct
okay, we've got the Iberia safety demonstration from the Luke Air tool.
A32NX. Please take a moment to listen and ensure the safety of
Where are we going? I don't know. I'll trust
There are
in
4
it.
emergency exits on the aircraft. Take a moment to locate the one closest to you and note that it may be behind you. Count the number of rows to the exit. Should the cabin experience pressure loss, please stay calm and listen for instructions from the cabin crew. Oxygen masks will drop down from above your head, and you should place the mask over your mouth and nose like this. Then
What's
Parking
that?
brake is on.
Oh, there's too much noise.
Please keep
They're
your
all
parking
talking.
button while we monitor engine startup and disconnect the tow.
So we'll wait till we get airborne before we
Evacuation. Leave your carry-on luggage and items behind. Life rafts are located
start the giveaway and get it going. Lights, signs, belts.
We ask that you make sure that all carry-on luggage is stowed away safely during the flight. Please take a moment to review the safety card in the seat back pocket in front of you while we wait for takeoff. Thank you very much for your time, and we hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight with us.
Starting engine 1.
Oh, it doesn't let us do a single engine startup. Self-loading cargo.
Contact disconnecting. Bypass pin remover. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Okay, Captain. Looks like a good startup on engines and tow is disconnected. No seu air is free, so you're good to go. We get ourselves disconnected now, so have a safe flight. Look out for the pin on the left, and we see you next time. Thanks very much. Pin on the left, and we'll see you again soon.
He's given us the pin. Doc gave us a taxi route in the Discord earlier on, but again, far too much information for me with such little time to actually get my head around our flight for today. So I'm just going to dig that out. Oh, it's only a short one. Juliet 6, Juliet 5, Delta 1, Delta 2, Sierra 4, Sierra 3, Mike 15, Mike 16, Mike 17, Romeo 5, Zulu 2. Jeez, right, my goodness, I feel like I need to get the taxi charts out then for this. Flaps 1 plus F, we'll set that now. Where are the taxi charts, my goodness. I know Madrid's huge, but whew, so many charts. Taxi routings. Here we go. So we'll get brakes off. We'll just do single engine, we'll do dual engine. Taxi. Seems SLC doesn't let us do it otherwise. Right, where are we? So it's on the screen for you guys. Out of Juliet 6, Juliet 5, Delta 1, Delta 2, Sierra 4, Sierra 3. Oh god. Mike 15, Mike 16, Mike 17, Romeo 5. Zulu. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Madrid traffic. Iberia 33 Delta Alphas taxiing to hold point Zulu 2 runway 36 left via Juliet 6, Juliet 5, Delta 1, Delta 2, Sierra 4, Sierra 3, Mike 15, Mike 16, Mike 17, Romeo 5, Zulu 2, Madrid traffic. Crikey.
Traffic, Iberia 3366 taxiing to
I hope you guys
36
noted that down.
via Delta India 4, Romeo 4, Romeo 3, Romeo 2,
I feel like I needed a gin and tonic
Romeo
after that.
1.04.
That's always good to hear, Matthew. I appreciate that. I don't think in real life I would be that good, but I appreciate the confidence there. 1 plus F, we're doing a Toka takeoff in the tailwind. And we're just going to wait for cabin secure post safety demo. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Una cerveza, por favor.
Es importante que presten atención. Durante el despegue y aterrizaje, los dispositivos electrónicos deberán permanecer desenchufados.
Madrid Barajas traffic, Barajas 32 Whiskey Papa, stand
I
324.
think my running hills are a little bit oversensitive again today.
Manteniendo el modo avión desde el momento de
Very
cierre de
good.
puertas y hasta su salida del avión.
I do like the LatinVFR
Indique lo contrario.
Madrid scenery, it is quite nice.
During takeoff and landing,
If you have premium deluxe edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator though, it's all it's all in there. I think maybe even standard edition, I'm not sure. One of you guys will let me know. It does look a bit more like an electrical diagram, doesn't it, Charles? So after this, are we excited for the SF Labs Concorde for Microsoft Flight Simulator? How long will that take to come out though? Probably a while, right? Right, so Delta 1. Thankfully this is all written down quite nicely. Delta 1 with a left turn.
Please place your hand baggage in the overhead locker or under the seat in front of you, making sure not to block the aisle or emergency exit. During takeoff and landing, please check that your table is folded away, your seat
Delta
is
2.
in the upright position with the armrest down, your footrest is folded away, your seatbelt is fastened, and the window blind is open. Por su seguridad, les recomendamos que mantengan su cinturón abrochado.
0403.
Durante todo el vuelo. Y siempre que
Commentator,
la
good
señal luminosa
afternoon.
indique. Para abrocharlo,
Valley, I've always liked the flybywire A32NX. It works, and for what it is as a freeware add-on, it's really bloody good. There's no excuse not to fly it or have it installed really, for most people. Always have the development version though.
This aircraft has 10 doors, 4 marked exits. In the unlikely event of having to use the evacuation slide, follow the lighted path.
So this is the thing with Toby Eye Tracker. I can't look down at my
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the cabin is secure for takeoff.
charts, bits and bobs.
Thank you.
Just let me know when you're ready to go, and I
So
will...
across the Sierra 3 on this long stretch, then it's going to be
Take your
first left,
seats
first
No
right.
problem. All stations, takeoff
Debajo de sus
positions,
asientos
please.
encontrarán un chaleco salvavidas. Sáquenlo de la bolsa.
Third left. So
Para
first
ponérselo,
left,
introduzcan la cabeza por la abertura.
first right,
Y pasen la cinta de atado
fourth
por detrás de
left,
su cintura,
first right.
enganchando la fijación de la hebilla de un
Easy-
extremo a
easy
otro
for us
y
to
tirando
say.
la cinta para ajustárselo. Para inflarlo, solo tienen que tirar con fuerza del tirador de plástico rojo o soplar por el tubo. Y recuerden, nunca deben inflar el chaleco dentro del avión. You will find a life jacket under your seat. To put it on, place it over your head, pass the tape around your waist, and make sure
So we've
that
got
all
a scenery double whammy today.
Still on the tape.
We've got Ponta Delgada,
To inflate the jacket, pull firmly on
for which
the
we have
red
one
button
copy to give
or
away
the
to a winner
button.
throughout our giveaway today, courtesy of our friends at iniBuilds. And then we're going to do a very short hop across to Horta as well after a little turnaround and an explore of Ponta Delgada. And we'll check out the new Simulations Horta Airport scenery too. Which I only have a press copy of, so it will go out of date at some point, and it might not be updated with passed through to me, if that makes sense. So that's Mike 16. 1, 2, 3, 4 left. Zulu 2 coming up. Need the safety demonstration to finish.
Smoking and the use of devices that release nicotine are not permitted. Y no olviden que tienen más información en las instrucciones de seguridad que encontrarán en la bolsa delantera de sus asientos, como las vías de evacuación, el uso de máscaras de oxígeno, chalecos salvavidas o la posición que deberán adoptar en caso de emergencia.
Andrew, yeah, that's where the charts are really useful, but also a good scenery with all the signs as they're meant to be are really key, so you can't really get lost.
Such as the escape route, the use of oxygen masks and life jackets, and the position to take in an emergency. In addition, always take notice of any sounds and other information elements. Thank you very much for your attention. Esperamos que disfruten de un feliz vuelo. Haremos todo lo posible para que así sea.
Hi, Captain.
How's it going?
We're seated and secured ready for takeoff.
No problem at all.
Somebody's landing there for some
Need
reason.
anything else?
Paddington, Nigeria 3266 departing, 6 left via the Charlie Sierra 6 Lima departure.
Yeah, out of the two, flybywire or Phoenix, this is the strong. So Phoenix is the stronger one of the two, but it should be because it's payware. Madrid, Barajas traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha is holding short at Zulu 2, runway 36 left. We'll line up in turn. So, Cat 3, hold point. We're not operating Cat 3 or low vis today. We're going to cross that one, and we're going to stop here at the active wigwags at Zulu 2. But we're going to line up and wait behind. Therefore, we're going to pop the strobes on. The lights and stuff as required. I'm actually going to put the landing lights on now as well, just because it saves me having to deal with that in a little while. 1+F, takeoff memos, no blue. Transponder, we'll get that set. And check ground spoilers are armed. Rudder trim is set neutral, lining up. Runways confirmed, 36 left. And we'll start the clock for 2 minutes. Because we're on a similar routing. So, Zarto's airborne and away. We'll just take our time lining up. No mega rush. Make sure our nose wheel is straight as well. This is a toga takeoff. We're not going to use much of the runway. We can look for that windsock, and actually, that suggests a headwind. Now, that we know is not correct, because it should be the other way around. So that's a LatinVFR blooper. They do seem to have neglected their sceneries as of late. They're focusing on their crappy Captain Sim level aircraft. So he's airborne, that's 1 minute. This is where on VATSIM it's so easy to just get excited and then just go. But, oh Zarto, your sim's crashed. Oh no, you're on X-plane.
Madrid traffic, Osprey 40, taxi runway 36 left.
On that note, brakes off, 40%. Madrid traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha taking off 36 left, Azores 6 Lima departure Madrid. Toga. Power set. Speed's alive. Love the noise. Maintaining that centre line through 80 knots, easing off on the stick. So the nose wheel is now neutral. Still accelerating, 100. Keeping an eye on the instruments. Very quick glances, take the data in, factor looking where you're going. V1 rotates, V2. 3 degrees per second in the Airbus. Continuing that rotation up to the flight directors. Positive rate gear up, there we go. And now we just stare at this. Gears up. And we'll pop the autopilot on. Waiting for thrust acceleration now. Two clicks for lever climb, don't forget in this instance, because of the nature of our departure with Toga. Split Productions, welcome, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Zato says, wow, FS Labs crashed my sim. Is that to make a forced change to one livery? That's disgraceful, that is really not on. I suppose that goes into the whole FS Labs installing spyware on your PC kind of argument, isn't it? Oh, that is not good. So still, we're not at flat retraction speed, folks. Gentle acceleration up to through 6,000. A lot of noise abatement here. Madrid traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha is airborne 6,500, climbing Cáceres 6 Lima, final call. Flaps up. With that, ground spoilers disarms.
Cabin crew, you're free to resume duties.
Jolly good. Jeff, enjoy work.
Señoras y señores, dentro de unos instantes comenzaremos el servicio de venta a bordo. En el pasillo frente a su asiento encontrarán una revista con nuestro menú.
So, as always, like yesterday as well, one question is going to be asked throughout the live stream. I'm just watching the speed here. On the verge of wanting to extend our flaps. So we're almost at alpha floor here. There we go. Right, nose should come down now. I was going to intervene there. That might have been my mistake. Should have kept the flaps in anyway, I think. I didn't quite register the speed restriction. So, pilot error. That's how you improve future flights as well. Look at the mistakes you may have made and look to prevent them happening next time. Self-reflection. There we go, that's what it's called.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign, so you are now free to move around
I do love the views out of Madrid. We haven't flown out of here for a little while, have we?
You remain seated with your belt fastened at all times during the flight.
Yeah, one question you've got to make sure you answer it correctly in the live chat. Spelling is important, but capital letters aren't. Make sure you're subscribed before you enter, otherwise it won't register you as an eligible entry. And only enter the one time as well, so... There we go. The answer is armed and ready. It's going to pop in very shortly. But the question is this. Which chain of islands is Ponta Delgada situated in? I'd say answers on a postcard, but they won't arrive in time. I hear many Googling, yes. It's got to be the kind of English spelling, if that makes sense. Standard pressure on both. Storm Rider, welcome. So a quick check of the lights and signs again, that's all good, and the cabin pressure is rising nicely. So up to cruise, flight level 370, and then as we leave Portuguese airspace or Lisbon Centre, we'll step up to 380 for that little oceanic section. Hey, is Andy Finley in the live chat today? Oh. Good morning, Matthew. There we go, let's get my favourite wing view out. And we'll do a little cabin announcement with the PA. Ladies and gentlemen, we're climbing the cruise.
Good afternoon once again from the cockpit. I hope you're enjoying the flight so far. We're currently climbing up to our cruising altitude of 37,000 feet, so I thought I'd give you a quick update. We're expecting to arrive on time as planned. Progress is going very well. You'll next hear from me just before we start our descent. I'll be sure to keep you updated if anything changes, but in the meantime, please feel free to relax and take advantage.
I know, imagine if they're wrong though, Badger.
Thanks very much.
Aris just flew the F-28 for the first time in a few weeks and forgot how fun it was. Yeah, we've not been in it for a little while ourselves, have we? And it is really good fun. Really good fun. Yeah, somebody mentioned actually about the toilets yesterday, Willie, and I kind of wish there was a way to turn that off or lower the amount that they flush. Because for 4 hours, all you hear is the toilet just all the time, and it's actually quite frustrating. But it's fairly unrealistic as well. You can go for a fair while without hearing the toilet getting flushed in a flight. I would expect at least a 10-minute break on occasion when the toilets aren't in use, but it's just constant. Little over the top, I think, but that's my opinion. Let's see what they're all doing. Monitoring passengers. We've got cabin management, so drinks menus, or the drinks service starting in 5 minutes. Don't want to turn them off, Charles. I just want to turn it down a little bit. That's interesting. Somebody asked that yesterday, Matthew. So for what it's worth, you can't hear the lavatory in the cockpit. So why are we hearing it so much then? Bloody heck! I'm gonna turn it off because it does pee me off a little bit hearing it so much, because it is unrealistic. It's like FS Unrealistic, where they pump loads of unrealistic nonsense sounds in and then pretend like it's what happens in real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start one of our in-flight movies. If you'd like to watch, please plug in your headphones and select channel 18 from your armrest remote. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the film.
I don't know where the option is. Nope. Simulate closed cockpit door. Doesn't do that. Cabin effects under sounds. Oh, cabin, aircraft cabin. Play cleaning sound during turnaround. Well, that is insanely loud as well. Even as crew, when I was cabin crew, it was never that loud in the back. My goodness. It sounds like you've got the Hoover in your ear, sucking out the earwax. That's how close it is. That's how noisy the cleaners sound on self-loading cargo. Play flushing sounds for toilets in close proximity to cockpit. Well, we're at the wing now. Let's turn that off because it is just stupid. Alright, jolly good. That'll do us, won't it, for now? Happy days. They're all in use, but now we don't have to listen to it, which is really nice. Aaron says, wow, the fleet feels so dispersed at the moment. We should have a back to base stream sometime instead of a fly along. Yeah, so Aaron makes a good point. Those of you who fly for Osprey Airways, there's a lot of people using the schedule service at the minute, which is really good, but everybody seems to be flying outbound, not inbound, which is the problem, because all of our aeroplanes are going away from base and people aren't bothering to fly them back, if that makes sense. So they're scattered all over the show at the moment, and Aaron and a few others have been really trying hard to bring the aeroplanes back to the bases, but as quick as he's doing that, people are sending them back out of base and leaving them there again. Yeah, Matthew and Aaron are particularly the two that seem to be bringing them all back home. Headcase as well, he'll fly them out and then he'll fly them back again. David A, good morning. Matthew says you can certainly smell it though if someone blows it up, so please, if you need to go and do that, go to the aft lab. Noted. I'm always going to use the forward lavatory now. David, good afternoon. 25% still need the toilet. Getting thirsty, drink service is about to start. Happy days. Oh, Matthew, nice. Yeah, the Origami Studios Gatwick's quite nice. There have been murmurs of him working on an update for it in the next few months, so hopefully we'll get an Origami Studios update for it at some point soon. Some good options there. Berlin, Belfast Aldergrove, Stockholm Arlanda. Belfast is on. We're soon to move across to Contrail, as are all of the other Pirate Devco products. Hopefully, therefore, with a transfer of license as well.
Make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
Prior to today's live stream, I was at a motorcycle store getting ready for my bike training, so I went there and I've got all the kit now, all the gear, no idea. So I've got myself a nice new showy helmet, some boots, a jacket, some gloves, and I'm just waiting on the trousers that I've been that I was trying on earlier on. I'm waiting for those to be delivered new. But I figured if I don't buy the kit, then I'll just kick it. I'll kick the can down the road, so to speak. So, I'll just never get around to doing it. So I figured if I've got the stuff now, then I've got no choice. I have to commit to it. Got my sights on a few different bikes. Doing in the UK what they call a direct access. So in the UK you got different. different types of training. So depending on your age, if you're young, for example, and you're going to start riding bikes, you do a CBT, which lets you drive the mopeds up to 125cc. Once you pass that, and then up to the age of 24, you can do something called A2, which is it basically allows you to drive slightly higher powered bikes, kind of like a mid-range power bike, with a restriction on the license until a couple of years or a certain age threshold that you pass, and then you can go and do an additional stuff as well. But I'm going for what they call direct access, because I'm old enough, and it means that I can go straight to the big boys. So I have to do a CBT, which is mandatory. For that, I have to have the kit for it. Post-COVID, they won't loan the kit anymore. And then you have to go and do a 5-day direct access course, which gets you driving on 600cc bikes, with a view then to passing that and getting my own. I've been looking at various different options for mainly motorway commutes, and I've been looking at the Triumph 800 GT Plus. I've been looking at the BMW 1200 RS, I think it is as well, which is a road version styling of the GS 1250, which is more of the adventure style bike. I've been looking at the GS's as well. The GS 850 is really quite nice. I want something that kind of style, but the Triumph just look beautiful. There's a Yamaha Tracer 9 GT as well, I think it is. Just lovely. I know, Aaron, you know what the crazy thing is? I always thought you had to do a theory test before CBT, but you don't. So you can literally just rock up to do a CBT for a day, and then walk out, slap some L plates on your bike, and you haven't even done a theory test, and you're away razzing around in a little 125. It seems bizarre to me, but I guess the onus is on the rider to ride safe and defensively. Hello Andy, welcome. Did you watch the end of yesterday's stream, Andy? I'm curious. As are most. Tracer 9 is a lovely starter bike. Yeah, the guy at the sales office today said that's his current bike and he loves it. But yeah, the Triumph just looks stunning. Really, really nice. I want electronics. You know, I want traction control, ABS, all that kind of thing. But I've got this really sexy matte black showy helmet with the pin lock visor. Is a Bonneville 800 an 800cc? It's got to be a 125 is the maximum, basically. Andrew, we've got one in the works. It's probably best to speak with Tapsy about the ideas, to be honest. But yeah, Tapsy's been working on one for quite some time now. It's taken a lot longer than expected, but it is a huge custom design that we are doing from the ground up. So I'm very excited to see it when it does eventually arrive. That'll probably buzzed about.
Just to let you know that we've just begun preparing the
Willie, no, so if you have direct access, then you've got an unrestricted license immediately. Beyond the age of 24, you can do direct access. So I can go out and get a 1200cc if I want to, or I could get a 1600. I could buy a Hayabusa if I wanted to, actually, yeah, Big Phil. My other half, her stepdad's got the latest Gen 3 Hayabusa. Lovely, lovely bike, my goodness. So it just lives in second gear, and it can do start in stand still all the way through to like 120, 130 with second gear engaged. Just effortless. Okay, so 370 for the initial cruise. We'll step it up beyond Lisbon airspace to 380 in a little while. Zato's push in, nice one. I'll show you guys what Tiger 900 GT Pro, that's the one that I'm looking at. Here we go. Let me get it up on the screen for you. I've got to put it in the right colour as well. Although I do like the blue. This is a brand new one, so obviously ignore the price. I'm not going to buy brand new. Look at that. They got a nice black one there as well. Lovely. Spec. It's basically a 900cc. 100 brake horsepower, 93 brake horsepower. 6-speed manual gearbox. Oh, look at that. Lovely. And it's very similar to the GS, the BMWs. But there's just something about the Triumph styling that just makes it pop a little bit. Look at that. It's about 6 hours a day for 5 days, or for 3 days probably, and then they throw you into what's called Mod 1 and then Mod 2. So the Mod 1 is the slow manoeuvres around the cones and doing the U-turns and things. Ooh, look at that, very nice. That's kind of where I'm angling towards at the minute. Stunning, isn't it? Very tempted by it. But yeah, the Mod 1 is like all the slow manoeuvres, and then the Mod 2 is out on the road for 30 minutes or 20 minutes. Do you have any bike experience? Rab's asking. No, except for when I was a little kid. My dad, I say little kid, I was maybe like 13 at the time, I think roughly. My dad got me one of those little mini Harley Davidson mini moto type things, and I used to go to a field where we were allowed to do it. And I'd go and like just drive around the field a little bit, and then I'd wheel it all the way home. Yeah, if you're younger, if you're below the age of 20, below the age of 24, that is effectively where it takes longer. So Christopher there saying about it seems easy to get a bike license in the UK. CBT, yes, but a few others. If you're older, then you can get the direct access. So literally in 5 or 6 days of training, you can go and buy a Hayabusa if you want to. But yeah, I wouldn't do that. No way. One of the guys at work who I work with is doing the same kind of thing. Just a different training provider. He's doing a bit quicker than I am, and he is going straight for a Yamaha R1. Even I've said to him, "You're insane." 3K for a big bike. Woof. I suppose that's age as well. Oh, Andy, well, you've got another hour or so to claim your prize. Is it an hour? Yeah, an hour and a half before your 24 hours expire. Christopher says, yeah, easy, unless any of you failed the test by knocking over a cone, then you have to wait another month and pay another $400 for a new test. Yeah, there is that. And as David is saying, it's because the cost is so prohibitive for PPL training that I've kind of looked elsewhere for a little bit of a thrill and a little bit of a middle ground stopgap kind of thing. But because I work in London as well, and the mayor's a complete moron with this ULEZ stuff, basically it's just actively trying to penalise anybody in a car using a road. It's just easier to use a bike and consider a bike for commuting. But I mean, even the Mod 1 and the Mod 2 tests, I think the Mod 2 is only 90 quid, and the Mod 1 is 60 quid. So a lot cheaper here than it seems in at least where you are, Christopher. Yes, Andy. absolutely aided. And that's it, my commute is nearly an hour. Mostly, actually, yeah, 85% of that on a motorway, 90% of that on a motorway. Quite a lot of motorway miles gobbled up. My new Kia hybrid that I've had to get for ULEZ, that is great, but it doesn't have quite the efficiency that my BMW 5 Series had, which ironically wasn't ULEZ compliant, even though I got another 200 miles out of the tank. But hey, the mayor doesn't get it, he doesn't care. So I've had to buy a car that's less efficient to tick a box to save £300 a month on a ULEZ fine, or a ULEZ charge, which is how much it would have cost me to commute to work every month. £300 just to drive into London. Ooh, Cornelius got a 70s Motor Guzzi 1000cc Cafe Racer. That's insane. That's lovely. Cafe Racers are coming back massively, aren't they? Didn't realise we had so many bikers in the chat. It's great. The thing is, that's the ironic thing, Willie. So, a lot of these Range Rovers and things are, they're all ironically ULEZ compliant, but my 2012 BMW 5 Series was not, because it was a diesel. Some of the more recent diesels are ULEZ compliant. Rather stupidly, one of the guys at work, this shows how stupid the ULEZ system is. One of the guys at work had a pretty decent Ford Focus, I think it was. It was a diesel, it had loads and loads of miles in the tank, so it was fairly efficient as well, but it wasn't ULEZ compliant. So because it was going to cost £300 a month, what does he do? He goes and buys a used petrol V6 Land Rover Discovery Turbo, which does about 19 miles per gallon, is about 7-8 times less efficient and dirtier, but it's ULEZ compliant, so it saves him £300 a month. And that shows you, that in itself just shows you how stupid ULEZ is, for anyone who thinks it's a good thing. Exactly, Willie. We were completely shocked by it. He rocked up in this big Land Rover, like this huge rumble to it, and we're all looking at him like, "Are you all right?" And he goes, "Mate, it's ULEZ compliant. I bought it yesterday." Rez says, my dad had his Hayabusa for 20 plus years and then our garage burned down and he was devastated, so we got him a new Hayabusa for his birthday. Wow.
We are about to serve our hot food and snacks.
That's incredible. What a gift. A horrible circumstance though. Sorry to hear that the original one burnt down. Gen 1 Hayabusa as well, with no traction control, anything. Wow. Clipper says, meanwhile here in the US, people drive $70,000 US trucks that get 9 miles per gallon because of freedom. I did love, when I was in the US, used to visit LA a fair bit as well, and I used to drive Chevrolet Camaro SS on like a hire with Avis. Such good fun. 500 brake horsepower, my goodness. Absolute beast. Dragonic, yeah, ULEZ isn't about the efficiency, it's about particle emissions, yeah, so things like nitrous dioxide and all that kind of thing, but when you're looking at it, the problem is they've kind of taken a very narrow look at it and gone, right, yeah, NOx, and then they've looked at the Euro rating, Euro 6, Euro 7, etc. But they should look at a wider scope, really, a general package of how efficient a car is, but they can't be bothered to do that. The fact that someone can get a V6 petrol Land Rover Discovery and have it ULEZ compliant, yet he had to get rid of his really efficient diesel, just seems really ridiculous to most people. But then everyone's pushing to electric cars, and they still emit loads of pollution. They emit more pollution in the manufacturing process than a regular combustion engine car will do in its lifetime, I think, in some cases, from what we've seen on board, on the news and things like that. But then they've also, every time you brake, the brakes are emitting particles, and every time you're driving, the tyres are emitting particles as well. So no vehicle is emission free. All this, if you see a Nissan Leaf that says zero emission on it, technically it's not, because the brakes and the tyres are giving off emissions all the time, and also the manufacture process is so insanely dirty that you're better off buying a combustion engine car because it's better for the environment than an electric car is in its lifetime. As you said, same in Canada, people have huge V8 SUVs and pickup trucks and not a speck of dirt on them. Yeah, hydrogen would be the way to go. I think Toyota is starting to probe into that again a little bit more, aren't they? Took a bit of a break from it a little while, but yeah. And he's glad he's got his Ford EcoSport, 1 litre 3-cylinder, nothing wrong with that. Charles says he's looking to get 10 to the gallon out of his truck. Wow. Willie says I can top that. There was a local motorcycle specialist who had a lot of high-spec customers. The joiner next to him decided to burn volatile chemicals in a barrel, which set both garages on fire. My goodness. But it's not less, Doc. It's less locally, yes, but where they're being manufactured, it's even worse. So... And yeah, Shadow Dancer is saying smoke from an actual lithium battery fire is far more toxic than a petrol fire. They just need to actually incentivise public transport. If you want to take a train in the UK from London to Birmingham, for example, you've got to spend £200 return for a ticket. But I could just drive there and back for 50 quid. In the same amount of time. So people will do what they're more comfortable with. I would rather be in my own car, in my own space, without people around me, driving to where I want to go directly. Aaron says Teesside Airport has a little fleet of hydrogen fuel cell cars for ground crew. That's pretty neat. I think that's probably the only airport in the country to do that, surely. New Holland have got a methane-powered tractor, gas from cow poop. Yeah, see, that's smart, pushing the boundaries with that kind of thing. But methane, as Willie is saying there, methane is even worse for kind of emissions and pollution. So, Portuguese airspace. There's the coast. Jolly good. When's our next waypoint? Oh, that's Elvar. So we're over Lisbon towards Lutac, which is in 346 nautical miles. We've got 8.2 tons of fuel on board, so we'd say 8.3 or 4 at Elvar, and it reckons estimated we should have 7.8. Crikey. Charles says public transport, lol. I had to deliver a 5-ton diesel generator to Doncaster to charge an electric bus. Yeah, there you go. It says it all, doesn't it? The infrastructure's not there. Technology's not really there. I think it's just a way of forcing people to spend cash to keep the economies going in various countries around the world. problem with TfL, Andy, is the mayor refuses to raise the cost of TfL, even though inflation is going up and up and up. So TfL is constantly being run in debt, and he doesn't know how to get TfL out of debt. His solution is just tax all the drivers with ULEZ, which is why I've got zero respect for the guy. I'm more excited to see how kind of the aviation industry deal with emissions, because I think similar to Formula 1, they'll kind of lead the way a little bit with the development of a lot of technology which will bring some of this forward. Hangar 9, which is an initiative by British Airways, that's making really positive changes and really pushing the boundaries of what's possible with Biojet A1. Or bio, sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, and all that kind of thing. We've all seen that lovely livery, BA Better World, that blue one, flying on a blend of sustainable aviation fuel, and a lot of other airlines are kind of diving into it as well. Virgin Atlantic, I think, have recently done is it the first transatlantic flight on fully sustainable aviation fuel recently? I think Virgin Atlantic might have done one of those. So I think that's maybe where the technology will progress far quicker than perhaps car tech. Ian says, yeah, just got back from Helsinki. Some of the cleanest air in the world and the best public transport system I've ever experienced. Even better than Tokyo. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Because the public transport system in Tokyo is I found it completely mind-blowing.
Hello.
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
No, thank you.
No problem. If you change your mind, just give me a call.
Thai bus is getting replaced by electric buses. Slowly but surely it's getting 100% by the next year or two. I just think people need to look at the wider implications of how dirty building an electric car actually is. Robbie says, I've not heard of World Endurance actually. Formula 1 isn't really leading the way in motorsport, Robbie says. Check out World Endurance. Sustainable fuel and big hybrids. Unbelievable technology, years ahead of F1. That's pretty cool. I will have a little look at that actually, it's quite interesting. Comment says, we better go for an Osprey ride out when you got your bike, Luke. I am looking forward to it. The guy at the sales office today was trying to get me to buy a Rooker motorcycle jacket that's like £1,600, and I looked at him and I was like, are you really certain that I need a bike jacket like that for at least just the direct access? I'm not going to ride through the winter loads because, let's face it, I'm not going to want to maybe ride through the winter. From at least my first year of riding, I want to kind of ease into it, get confident, get the skills up before tackling, poorer weather. So I've gone for like a middle ground one anyway, a middle ground option. Zema Gaming, hello. Currently on an i7 10700K with an RTX 2070 Super. Do you think upgrading to a 4080 is a good plan? Check to make sure all the rest of your computer is compatible. So you're going to like a 4000 series GPU. It might be the case, depending on what else you have, that you have to change the rest of your system, or at least some of your system. For me, in my circumstance, I had to deal with all of it basically. Change the entire PC. Rab says winter destroys bikes. The guys at work commute on them all the way through the winter anyway, but they've all got like GSs, GS 1200s and that kind of thing. with WEC, I need to look into it more. But is WEC similar to Le Mans, the 24-hour race, that kind of thing, or is it something entirely? Is it entirely separate, its own unique kind of category and race? Oh, WEC is Le Mans. Ah, awesome. Right, okay. I've seen that once or twice. I do find that much more interesting than Formula 1. To be honest, I've gone off Formula 1 because somebody else said a moment ago they've just completely sold out. Formula E is crap as well. It's so bad. But yeah, I've watched Le Mans. There goes the big sprawling city of Lisbon. In fact, there's Lisbon Airport. Is that Lisbon Airport? No, it's not. That's an Air Force base. There's the bridge. What about the other side? There's Lisbon Airport. I knew it was there somewhere. Christopher says, that sounds like what the anti-electric lobby, has that been a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing. My goodness, there's a lobby for everything, isn't there? I have an article from MIT for you. Batteries are already becoming more environmentally friendly with new chemistry and they're cleaner over their lifetime. Yeah, I find Formula E just insanely boring. I tried to watch it, I was quite excited when it first came about, and it was, it was this new tech, this new F1 kind of feature, but yeah, I could do that. I never really use that though, to be honest, Doc. There won't be an A380neo, plain crazy. Nifar, hello buddy, very good, hope you're well. Yeah, I just find it boring as well, and the cars don't really seem to have that much character in Formula E. Although I haven't watched it in about 2 years, I've got to say I much prefer MotoGP. MotoGP is just exciting to watch, isn't it? So good. And if you haven't watched MotoGP and you love F1, oh, you've definitely got to watch one race, just one race. It is electric. It's so good. The Flying Panda. Good afternoon. %, Rab, yeah. Well, Andrew's just taken it completely out of the ballpark. Red Bull cliff diving is an insane sport. I couldn't do that, ever. Or when Red Bull do the things where the people have the squirrel suits and they jump off a cliff. And then they kind of use this squirrel suit to fly. No way. Can't think of anything worse. Moto 3 is even crazier than MotoGP 2. I haven't seen Moto 3 actually. Tom says, when do you reckon the flybywire A380 will likely come out? I reckon early to mid 2024. I think that's roughly where I think this is going to come out. Maybe in time for MSFS 2024. I wouldn't be surprised if some developers are eyeing that up for like a... They're going to use MSFS 2020 as a kind of a test bed for the products they're working on, but with a view to releasing in MSFS 2024 instead. That's my theory. And then they'll port it across and be like, look at us, we've created this and it's release day for MSFS 2024. Bam, we can release this product, come buy it. Isle of Man is very, very cool, to be fair. I've seen that a few times watching the TT. Very excited racing. What about the 777? I reckon November. Yeah, a couple of people pass away, don't they, every year, crashes in the TT. It's incredible. Incredible racing, though. So dangerous. Chris, good afternoon to you. I hope you're well. Ashley, hello. Welcome, welcome. So a lot of kind of, well, nothing now. We're flying technically oceanic for the next couple of sectors. As we can see, Lutak, and then we've got an en route waypoint. We go to plan mode here. LL01 is the en route coordinates that we've got for, what does it correlate to? 36 degrees north, 020 degrees west. That's important as LL01 in the SimBrief flight plan for some reason in the A32NX. Otherwise I'd have put 3620N, I think, isn't it, in there. But we'll monitor that, hopefully that is correct, and then we go to beacon for our vectors into LPPD. We'll turn around, we'll have an explore of the new scenery, although I'm sure loads of you guys may have already seen it a few times in the last week or so. But we'll then give away one copy to somebody watching. After that, we'll zip across. We'll just do a little hop across to Horta. Might even just manually fly it and go VFR if the weather's good. That could be quite a good watch for you guys. And we'll have a look at the new Simulations Horta Airport scenery. And that's the weather at Ponta Delgada. Winds 250 at 10, variable between 220 and 280. All the nines, few cloud 1800, temperatures 24, dew point 20, and the QNH 1022. And the TAF, Charles, anything Captain Sim, just stay away from it. Utter trash. People have, I know there's mods for things to improve it, but if people just didn't buy their crappy products, they would go away, or would improve the quality themselves. But PMDG at some point, maybe in November time, at a pure guess, will be releasing an incredibly good 777. I think we could be quite confident with that. Where is your next flight? Andrew says. Not sure. Probably not tomorrow now, because I've had an email from the probate department in relation to some stuff. They told me I didn't need to do a form, but now, many weeks later after sending off the application, they finally looked at it and said that I'm missing the form that they said I didn't need to fill out. Standard. So I'm going to have to spend all day tomorrow filling out tax forms and making phone calls and things like that, but it is what it is. And then I have one more day off, which we will sort out a flight for. I haven't decided yet where or in what. French Alps in Saturday, Andy. Wow, very nice. Probate is funded by expensive forms, and Ian says. The thing is, I specifically called them up before sending it all away and said, "Do I? Yeah, this is the circumstance. Do I need to fill anything else out?" And they said quite specifically, "You don't have to fill anything out. You just send it off." And that's it. So I did. Obviously, that information was incorrect. Crikey, Andy says, sorry to hear you're having to go through probate. I went through it a few years ago and finally settled the final part of the estate this week. Oof. That takes a while, doesn't it? My goodness. Yeah, the music's a bit weird. I'm curious to hear how it goes, though. It's meant to be lo-fi. Soft beats. I think somebody must have put that in the playlist whilst on acid themselves. We'll skip that one. My goodness. Oh. I don't put these tracks together, as I'm sure you guys have guessed by now. Right, let's step to 380. Up we go. It's about the drop in the cockpit, and then our heads do this. Yeah, Rab, so we sent ours off. It's only taken 9 weeks, 10 weeks for them to actually get this response sent to us, but then they've gone, oh, we need more information. Fantastic, brilliant. Well, I've just emailed them back saying, I don't need to pay inheritance tax, and I raised it at the time. I ran through all the numbers with the lady on the phone at probate. They said I don't have to send it in, I don't have to do anything else but fill out an online form, click, done. And that was obviously incorrect, but hey ho. But yeah, it can be incredibly complicated, as Charles is saying. I don't want it to take any longer though, that's the thing. Appreciate it, Clipper. But now, because of that, I know 100% that it was meant to have been processed today. Now it's probably going to take another 8 weeks because of this extra form that I have to fill out and send in. Which is why I need to spend the time tomorrow kind of doing it properly, doing it right. Sod's law, isn't it though? Because now it delays my my motorcycle stuff. I'd be very dubious about flying the F-28 around Japan, Andrew. Certainly because it can be a little bit difficult, a little bit tricky with the accents and things. I don't want to then further complicate it by flying VOR only flights and things like that. Haven't got the training booked yet, commentator. Rab, nice, yeah. I mean, even that is complicated though, because it only becomes exempt from the estate if that person signing it over to survives 7 years legally. So that's a bit difficult. Nook can't fly the A340. We don't have one in MSFS, buddy. Some point soon. Where are we? We're almost. Well, we got. Actually, we're only. I was about to say we're almost halfway, but we're not. Yeah, the 7-year sliding scale. That's it, Andy. Yeah, it's so complicated, isn't it? And then some winkle picker solicitor wants to take a whole load of money away from you. Really nice of them. New cruise altitude, that's good. There's the question in the live chat for the giveaway for you guys as well. Trust. We do have trusts in the UK, David, but the way our tax system is structured is kind of for the rich. They use trusts to hide cash and bits. Yeah, I haven't used the CRJ for a while. I'm keen to get into the Mad Dog. I'm keen to get into the F28 as well. And to be honest, actually, you know what we could do? I haven't flown the 748 post AAU2, have we? So maybe that'd be quite nice to try. My goodness, Andy, that sounds really complicated. That's where the solicitors get you though, because they scare you into kind of those difficulties, so you just pay for them to do it. End of September, Fenix i8E engines come out. Ooh, I'll be away then on holiday, but very exciting. Oh, Andy, sorry to hear that. My mum wasn't far off with the paperwork everywhere though. Absolutely everywhere. In cupboards, in wardrobes. She kept everything, which made it simple, but we had to spend hours and hours and hours working through it all. Is the A32NX more than enough to fly on VATSIM, normal ops, or do I really miss something without the Fenix? No, not really. The flybywire A32NX, the development version specifically, is very good for VATSIM. It could do holds, it could do most of the complex approaches and things like that too. Pretty good. Yo, hello buddy, really good. Thank you, I hope you're well. Guessing we haven't really managed to get a controller session or anything sorted out, have we? So at Lutak in 160 miles, we need estimated 5.7 tons of fuel.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Sorry to bother you.
Hi, Fly. Yes, it's rubbish still.
Yes, please. Just surprise me with a bar of chocolate.
Of course. I'll go and get it for you now. Just give me a few minutes.
Ooh, very exciting. S2 CPT. And yeah, quite likely, David. I think it has probably died down a bit there, hasn't it? Chris, it's self-loading cargo. See what they're doing. No more services. Alcohol was in 17, duty free in 37. They're doing pretty good, to be fair. Thirsty 10%, hungry 8.7, 17 need the toilet. Majority are healthy.
Hello.
Hi,
Decent.
Captain. Your food is ready for you. I put it in the galley so you can grab it whenever you're available.
Thanks.
No problem.
Do the passengers ever get rowdy in self-loading cargo? I don't think they do, to be completely honest. Things like the medical elements, that's all coming in the future. I think it's September time, isn't it? Roughly, that's approximately when that's all going to kind of filter in medical diversions and disruptive passengers and all that kind of thing. And that's where it'll get quite interesting. One passenger awaiting service. She's in the toilet. My flight crew booked out at takeoff from Dubai earlier. Passengers got no food or drink. I'm going quiet, folks, because at the minute, ironically, I'm now on the phone to probate. We were talking about it, and then ring ring. It's always the way. So I'm just solving this query. They've already responded to my question, effectively, that I emailed them about. So I'm just trying to sort all that out as well. I think it connects to the internet a lot, high flyer, and I think with that, that's the problem. I think maybe it does suck a little bit of bandwidth up. The booze service will start shortly, and we should see the drunk levels go up a bit as well. There's no holiday unless they've started the drink service. See when they're starting. See, I find the time's quite disjointed as well. Scheduled in 23 minutes it says, but I swear that ticker hasn't really gone down very much. Unless the time starts from when the last service ended. super confusing. The lady that's called me says that she thinks I've done everything correctly, but the person who is assessing the application does not, and is saying that, I don't know, there's something very confusing going on. One hand not talking to the other, that kind of thing. You guys know the gist of it. So she's trying to find out. That's why I'm on the phone. Rather annoyingly though, it's not a phone call I can kind of just ignore. Yeah, Rab, thank you, buddy. Keep hitting that like button, folks. If you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. Don't forget we've got that giveaway going on at the moment. So you've got to make sure you subscribe to the channel, then answer the following question correctly. What set of islands is Ponta Delgada situated within, to be in with a chance to win a copy of the new iniBuilds Ponta Delgada airport scenery. Very exciting, Willie. Valley, read the terms and conditions, buddy. It seems to me you haven't read the terms and conditions. The annoying thing is we were kind of hoping that with it being quite a simple estate, this would have been dealt with by now. But that's not the case. Meta has changed a little bit, hasn't it? Wind's slightly different, I think. Cloud seems to be roughly the same though, 24 and 20 for the temperature. What have we got? Let's change some of these tunes. Job's a good one. There's some weird music in that playlist that have changed over the last couple of days. Hoping this won't take too much longer. Yeah, I agree, Andy. How can you do line training when you are constantly at home doing videos? It doesn't add up. I'm only jealous, I wish I was a real pilot. Devilo, welcome. And we're just at the halfway point now. Unicom all the way. You can track our flight on Volanta too. Only one Concorde on the network at the moment as well. Surprising. Bear in mind they've just released Concorde FS Labs on P3D. Well, that was a waste of time. Got to call the tax office. Yeah. She says, I understand what you're on about, but the people that I've asked advice on for the matter have said that you still need to do full accounting, which then goes against all the advice I was given months and months and months ago. But hey ho. Now I'm really clueless. But I've just said to her, that's now meant that the last 8 weeks have been completely wasted because I'm going to have to wait potentially another 16 weeks for the application to be processed now, because I've got to do what's called full accounting, which is a huge document, loads of numbers all over the place, and then I've basically got to reapply. Absolute nightmare. That's not good. Oh well, it is what it is. Bloody government, they're useless, aren't they? Right, Lutak. Rather good timing really, because we're just about to cross Lutak in 24 miles, so we'll call it 6.6 by the time we get there. 5.7 is what we're supposed to be achieving, so let's go to Mach 8.2. Let's ramp up the speed. Never heard of Steve Marsh, no. Got shotgun in a Norman Islander yesterday flying up to Papa Westray. That's pretty cool. But no, I haven't heard of him. Barely accelerating. I know, Badger. So, what are we expecting at least? So we're halfway, but you can look at the weather now in Madrid. That's gone to a 7-knot tailwind, so they won't be using 3.6 anymore. They'll probably be on the 1.8s. But runway 30 is still the one that we're planning for at Ponta Delgada, which is nice because it means no backtrack required. So 30 all the way down, we'll vacate Charlie or Delta. Nice long runway, 2,323 metres. It does mean though for the departure for the hop to Horta, it means that we have to do the little a backtrack all the way to the end. But that's no grief. And for the arrival, we're expecting Beacon and Beacon 7 Bravo. Which is that. So in via Beacon, 264 to Zubat for the clearance limit. From there, ILS Zulu 30 via Zubat, straight in approach. And that one's for category C in the aircraft, therefore that's the one we will use. Zubat, Navpo at 5.5, and then 298 degrees inbound from 3,600 at 12 DME. On the ILS, frequency for which is 10905. And then the missed approach heading south towards Petard for the hold. Minimums down here 430 for the Barrow altitude. And we've got a 5-knot crosswind and an 8-knot headwind to contend with. We won't put it in just yet because the weather could change. Conditions could change. Not that the TAF suggested it would, but we'll just wait a little longer until we kind of punch it in, and we'll go from there. M. Satrick, welcome. Hope you're well. There's the giveaway question reminder as well. Willie says Steve Marsh is a travel vlogger. Quite a relaxing watch. I interviewed him a couple of years ago on Sky Blue Radio. Lovely guy from Edinburgh. Never heard of him. You know, I went through a little phase of looking at watching a few travel vloggers and that kind of thing, but I've kind of just drifted away from all that kind of content really. I used to watch and read as well some reviews by 1 Mile at a Time and all those kind of travel vloggers that focus on the airlines and the airline quality and things, but then I just found that some of them would completely throw their dummy out the pram effectively when they didn't get their way, or they got downgraded for whatever reason, and it was like, oh, well, how dare you downgrade me because I'm so and so from the world of travel vlogs, and I kind of then just ignored it all basically. I stopped watching it all. Do my own research now instead, and you know, if we're looking at pre-booking seats, I'll use Seekaroo. Mr. Q saying, how do you calculate takeoff performance in the Kuro 787-8? Go to Google and type in Fast Airplane Toolbox. That's the one you want to punch in. Ian, good evening, I hope you're well. Yeah, I must admit, I think the only person I do watch on the odd occasion is Noel Phillips. I think he self-funds the trips as well, doesn't he? So he doesn't get them paid for like that douchebag Sam Chewy, who I absolutely cannot stand. I don't know if you can guess. I can't stand the guy. My goodness. Good afternoon, MPS Gaming, welcome. Surely the old booze service has started. Getting passengers a snack. This is where it confuses me. Alcohol scheduled in 43 minutes, look, it's like it's not actually working. And the duty free scheduled in 11 minutes. I'm pretty sure they haven't changed, right? So there's a big, you know, either a bug or something. It just doesn't make sense. We had that on the last flight. We tried to trigger the alcohol service using custom in-flight stuff. The alcohol service never happened. Because the alcohol service never happened, the duty-free service never happened. Which is very confusing because I don't actually know how to. I don't think we can do it on the fly, can we? No. No option for it.
Hi.
How's it going?
747 says they're all such princesses, lol. Start whining as soon as they don't get their way.
Okay,
What's
thank
worse
you.
is the
I'll
people
speak to
who
you in
watch
a
them
bit.
go on the plane to behave that way too. I know. That's one thing I can't stand on an aeroplane. Watching somebody be rude to cabin crew properly triggers me.
Good morning once again from the cockpit. I hope you're enjoying the flight so far. Just
long have we
to
got
keep
till
you
the top of the
updated,
descent?
we look to be making good progress and are expecting to arrive on time as planned.
14:23.
We'll keep you
So
posted
we've got
if
1 hour
anything
to top of
changes,
descent.
but in the meantime enjoy the remainder of the flight and I'll speak to you again once
1
we're
hour
about to start our
53.
descent.
11.
Thanks a lot.
14:53 is going to be our top of our kind of 30 minutes to descent call. Wonder if that'll trigger in the cruise service to kind of speed up a bit. And you know what, I'm just going to commit to that arrival that we mentioned as well. So ILS 30 Zulu, and it was the Beacon 7 Bravo via Zubab. Insert. So Beacon, Zubab, Navpo, final approach. Jolly good. And we can have a look at this in a little while as well. So Meta LPPD QNH1022. Temperature's 24 degrees Celsius. Winds currently 260 at 10. And then the minimums for the ILS. We spoke about it earlier. Bottom of that chart, 430 Category C aircraft. The Barrow, we'll go for full config. Don't really need to worry about anything else. A little while, we'll burn more fuel, we'll fly a bit quicker to try and get a bit of time back. Mr. Theslems, you're more than welcome. Thank you very much, great to hear you're enjoying the content. Says thank you for your dedication in producing Microsoft Flight Sim related videos on YouTube. Started simming back in 1982 on a Commodore 64. Fantastic. You've seen the flight sim community progress from that to this, which is a huge change. I suppose at the time, as you kind of explore each brand new sim, you think this is amazing, and then the next one comes out, that's amazing as well, and you forget about the other. But when you look back across the difference from, say, the flight sim on the Commodore 64 through to something like Flight Sim 2002 to now Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and soon 2024, it will be incredible. Litos97 says you'd be surprised how many planes coming from the UK to Spain, mainly Mallorca and Tenerife, had to be received with police services at arrival last month. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I found post-COVID people are much less tolerant and a lot less patient as well, and I found that predominantly a lot of people, certainly on board aeroplanes, are much more entitled post-COVID as well. They think they can just shout louder and get what they want, which for the crew is not fair, is it? You know, I remember when I was crew, my basic salary was £12,000 a year, tiny, really, really minimal. And then you have to put up with somebody who will say to your face, to their child, you don't work hard at school, this is the job that you'll end up doing. Which is literally a comment somebody said to one of the girls on board while I was stood there doing the bar service with her. Needless to say, I didn't take it very well, and that lady didn't get served. Well, there you go. Is that the alcohol service? Oh no, duty free starting in 6 minutes. The alcohol service is going up in time though, scheduled in 48 minutes. I don't get it. Yeah, what happens with them, Litos? Because in the UK, if you're drunk on an aeroplane, that's illegal, and you can be arrested for that. When they land in, say, Tenerife or Mallorca, what happens to them? Are they just get a slap on the wrist and a fine, or do they go to jail for the day? Willie, I found it was always people in business class, because they weren't quite rich enough to be in first class, but they spoke to you as if they were flying in first class, yet even though their company had likely paid for them to do it. So it was ironic. The passengers in first class usually were lovely, because they didn't have a point to prove. They were incredibly well off, they wanted that privacy and that calm atmosphere, and they were just polite and friendly. Stuart, epic. What was your favourite aircraft with Britannia? I do miss the old school livery. That was my favourite airline growing up. Always flew out of Birmingham in the 757s. which is still now, yeah, my favourite all-time aircraft, I think, really. Doc, nice, good. Hopefully he's gone to jail. Yeah, you spend the time being friendly, you stand out to the staff as being particularly nice, and yeah, you get some gifts and presents and things. For me, I spend a bit of time in the galley chatting with the crew, seeing what it's like nowadays compared to what it was like when I was crew, and that kind of gets me, not favouritism, but they know that I'm not going to abuse the service or take the mick or anything like that, and I'm going to be friendly and I'm on their side kind of thing. And because of that, I have a really pleasant flight because of it. I must admit, the only flight that I've really hated recently was going to Chicago with American Airlines, because they force dimmed all of the light, all of the windows, the electric windows, the dimming on the Dreamliner. And I went over to them and said, look, this is a day shift flight, a day flight going across the channel, across the Atlantic. Can I turn my window up? I'd like to see Greenland below. And they said no. And when eventually I managed to get it to work and let in the light, they force closed it again manually and then blocked the window dimming off completely using their crew screen, which infuriated me. Litos is interesting. Do they go under some strict surveillance though, or do they not? I bet it's just like a no, do it again, slap on the wrist. I was sat at the back of the plane, David says, and when the gent next to him asked for 2 beers at the first service, he was probably told he wouldn't be wanting wine with his meal. Correct. That's it, Stuart. You get to chew the fat and kind of work out where the industry is nowadays and how things have changed. But they also know that if something happens during the flight, I've got their back. And they have effectively another kind of standby crew member to help protect them, so to speak. There's the conga line, Badger up front in the 748, Siberian 919er. Carlito's up here. Osprey 784, alternate route. There he is. He's in the Phoenix. Very nice. Although the Volanta version of Osprey 784 is all the way back there. Weird. That hasn't moved. Who else have we got at the back? Zato. Europa 3366. Oh, it's in the 73 MAX 8, which has just had a FAA airworthiness directive issued on it for the LEAP 1B engines, I think it is. Apparently, if you use the anti-ice for more than 5 minutes, it can overheat in the engines. Sounds really safe. Osprey 490 as well, David, and then Liam right behind in the A32NX. Feel free to overtake. Screenshot there with flaps extended. And that's our conga line for today. Horta, by the way, folks, is there. So an interesting arrival because we've got Pico, Isla de Pico, in between Horta and Ponta Delgada. So when we do get a little bit further into our journey today, we get out of Ponta Delgada, we're going to be heading slightly kind of northwest-westerly. We'll either head over the top of Pico and then sweep in, round and in, following the correct kind of approach procedures, or we'll just go completely visual and we'll just go west up towards the hills here, and then we'll zip in on a straight in approach. But the approach there for 10 and 28 for the runways usually, and we have flown this approach once in the past, haven't we? Usually you're coming over Sao Jorge, kind of in this little gap between the two islands, skirt over past Pico, round and then in on approach. It's quite a busy final approach, that one. That's likely to be what we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the duty-free service. If you'd like to purchase anything from our catalogue, please place your tray in the
Well, I'm not sure, Willie.
Have your payment ready.
Just isn't that where the Air Transat A330 dead
Accept all major
staked?
credit cards and cash for smaller value items. We cannot swap currencies at this time. Please make sure the aisles are clear as the cabin crew makes their way around the aircraft. Thank you.
Willie says, I think I mentioned before, Flyby-8 to London. Not here, that's a brilliant story. It says I couldn't crew for an airline, I would end up killing somebody. Willie said, I think I mentioned before, Flyby-8 flight to London, older female passenger complained that the engines were too loud on a Dash 8 and asked the pilots to address the issue immediately. I would take great pleasure in offering the opportunity to turn them off to make it quieter for her. I had a passenger kick off once with the onboard service because we didn't have the steak that they wanted in business. There's a theme here in business class, usually full of bellends, and they effectively were. They wanted the beef, but everyone else up to that point had reserved and taken the beef, so we didn't have it. There was gnocchi and there was another option. I can't remember what the other option was, but yeah, gnocchi's not great anyway. But Willie, I love that. That's a great story. But yeah, effectively started going off on me saying it's not acceptable, all this kind of thing. I then went and said, look, you know, we don't have any beef, but let me go and check first class, see if we can get something there that's similar. That's not good enough, how dare you. I literally just looked at the guy, he went on for like 5-6 minutes just shouting, and I went, oh, I've just thought of an idea. I'll get the pilots to pull in at the nearby Tesco and we'll quickly grab some steak and then we'll carry on our way for you. And then he kind of looked a bit dumbfounded and I just walked away. He didn't get anything after that. I've taken food off one person before, I've told that story before as well. I took food off somebody who decided to kick off shouting at me for missing the meal service in economy because he decided to go to sleep. And the meal service is noisy anyway. Yeah, the meal service is noisy, so how do you sleep through that? I don't get it. The guy never had headphones or anything on, or any kind of earbuds, earplugs, nothing. And we did the entire meal service. And about 30 minutes or so afterwards, after we'd cleared in, this is how long this guy slept for, through all the noise of clangering trays, plates, knives, forks, the whole lot. He comes storming into the galley, shouting, it's like, I'm not human, you don't think I'm a human, how effing dare you, and that was it, just went completely off on one. And initially I was apologetic, but then I was like, well, you're in economy, if you sleep during the meal service, I'm not going to wake you up. But he carried on and on and on and on. And in the end, I managed to find some crew food that we hadn't heated yet that he could have. So I heated it all up, cooked it for him, brought it out to him, and he tried to grab the tray and slam it down. He was like, about time. Gave me a whole load of grief. Didn't say please or thank you. So I reached back forwards, grabbed the tray back off him, and went, well, you know what, I've changed my mind now. Until you learn some manners, you're not getting any food. And about 20 minutes later, he came back into the galley with his tail tucked between his legs and apologised for his poor attitude. And after his little correction of attitude, he managed to eat some food. They never got the one they wanted to have me. I had a guy in on a 747. He got clocked by one of the girls. All the girls always have a lot of flack sometimes from some rude guys. But it's this elder guy went up and had a little look at crew rest. So he had opened a security door and went into the crew rest because he wanted to be nosy and have a look at the crew rest in the tail of the aeroplane, which is a no-no. There's a sign on the door that says no entry and all the rest of it, and it's a security issue. So the cabin crew girl brightly confronted him, challenged him, and was like, "You can't do that. That's not on. It's a security threat." And the guy followed her back into the galley, shouting at her, "You don't tell me where I can and can't go on this aeroplane," and all this kind of thing. And I was in that galley. And needless to say, he got ushered back to his seat pretty quick at the top of my voice. Told him to back off, don't speak to her like that, she's not paid enough for your nonsense, all the rest of it. And if he carried on, I'd have him nicked at the other end. And then when he got back to his seat, I went back over to him. I went, if you pull anything like that again over the next few hours, I will have you arrested. And I'll tell you what, you're not going to have a single bit of service from us for the foreseeable flight. And he didn't. No drinks, no snacks, no duty free, nothing. And he just sat there because I matched his attitude with equal aggression. But yeah, kind of, this girl was really intimidated, quite scared. So that was it. That was enough for me. How dare they? I didn't put up with it. I was really nice until someone was horrendously rude, and then I went into security cabin crew mode instead of customer service cabin crew mode. Because they're a jack of all trades, aren't they? They've got to police everybody on the plane, make sure everybody's safe. They've got to look after their medical needs. They've got to play nurse for that whole duration of the flight. They've got to be social worker to the people that don't understand how to get on. When somebody reclines the seat and they start arguing with each other, they've got to be a waiter. They've got to be a host. They're a jack of all trades, incredibly talented bunch of people, and they've got to get you off the aeroplane in an emergency within 60 seconds if it goes really wrong. And they don't get enough respect, certainly for the lack of pay as well. Ian says, joke time, 2 blokes on a flight in the 747 to the States. Captain comes on and says, sorry folks, we've lost an engine, but it's okay, we'll just be 30 minutes late. Half an hour later, he comes on again and says, we've lost another one, we'll be an hour late. An hour later, he comes on again and says, sorry, we've lost a third engine, we'll now be 2 hours late. The 2 blokes look at each other and say, I hope we don't lose another, we'll be up here all day. Terrible. And yet, always with a smile on my face here, 100%. It's a very underappreciated profession, and you do deal with some nasty people. You've really shocked me. David says, my wife is making her first flight as a flight attendant this morning. Congratulations to her. Hope she has a good time. I loved it. As Stuart is saying, he doesn't miss it, but in some instances, I kind of do as well. I miss the lifestyle. I miss the travel, and I miss the colleagues that you work with. You had a really good laugh, and you were all on a level with each other, and you just had fun. A remarkably unique job. So I don't miss it, but I miss it at the same time. Willie says, I've been on the receiving end of crew assisting me on a 737 that had pressurisation issues. Passed out flat, woke up in the aisle. They did everything for me. I was very thankful. Yep. Cabin crew, certainly in the UK. Some countries don't train their crew as well. I've kind of I've seen that, but yeah, certainly in the UK, cabin crew are trained to deal with everything up through from you cutting your finger and giving you a little plaster, or having a bit of a headache and getting some paracetamol, all the way through to emergency childbirth on board. And restraint of passengers. Really cool set of skills for people. Really nice. Good they took care of you. Heck of an experience though, my goodness. Andy says, I flew back from Canada once on Air Canada, literally got in the air, went to sleep for 6 hours, and I was in the aisle seat. Poor bloke next to me had to climb over me to go to the loo, missed all services. But to be fair, just buried his father and was totally exhausted. Yeah, that's one heck of an emotional toll, isn't it? You end up sleeping quite well, just through the exhaustion of it all. Dragonic says, would you rather do an A330-900 headwind flight or a Kuro 787 flight from Helsinki to Tokyo in MSFS? For the options, I would choose the Kuro 787, you know. And the others are saying the same. Ted and Willie saying 787 as well. I just think there'd be a little bit more to do in the 787 as well. It's a little bit more involved, isn't it? The Litos says, my father had this situation on a flight back from the Dominican Republic, and he had to deal with a guy seating next to him who suddenly passed away. He's a doctor and had to do the examination. Well, that does happen more regularly now post-COVID as well, and cardiac issues and all that kind of thing on board the aeroplane throughout flights, specifically long haul as well, and people that don't get up for long enough and they end up with a clot that just works its way into the heart and it just stops the heart beating, and a lot of the time people don't realise until it's too late. I haven't done CPR so much since working at Heathrow, and it's always long haul flights. People that fly from Thailand and they'll have sat 12 hours and barely moved, not even had like a guard, they hadn't even gone to like the toilet, and they've ended up with DVT, developed a clot, and then just passed away during the flight, or they've collapsed when they've got up to go to the toilet before landing, and then that clot was moved because they've got up, moved about, the muscles are contracted, dislodged and moved the clot into the heart, and then they've just passed out in the aisle. CPR has started. So yeah, people don't understand how dangerous DVT is. You could be sat really comfortably in first class even on a long haul flight for 12 hours, quite comfortable, quite happy, get a load of sleep, but unless you actually go and exercise and do some stretches, stay hydrated, move about, make sure you're using your legs and you're tensing your leg muscles and things, that means that you can end up developing DVT. My missus, actually, we flew to Mauritius 2-3 years ago now, 12 hours direct with BA, and she has a fear of flying, so she didn't want to move, and I kept saying to her, please just get up, walk to the back, stretch your legs, go to the toilet right at the back of the plane, and then walk all the way back to our seat in the middle of the plane and do a couple of laps and stretch your legs and squeeze your legs and things like that. She wouldn't. I think she got up to the toilet once, and for 2 days in Mauritius we were sat on holiday, and she kept saying my leg really, like, it's weird, like an ache. And I said to her, you've got a clot, you have to wait for your body to break it down and hope it doesn't bloody give you a cardiac arrest. If it did, there wouldn't have been no coming back. I'd have been flying back on my own. LFCon top, we headed out of Madrid today, LEMD, Madrid Barajas. I know, I had very little sympathy though, commentator, because I'd warned her about it prior and throughout the flight. And every time I got up to kind of go for a bit of a stretch of the legs and things, I'd say, come with me. Come with me and you'll be absolutely fine, kind of thing. And, no, I'm not moving, it's fine. I'm hoping this time will be different. I've gone the extra mile because we missed last year's holiday and the one before as well. I kind of used that bit of money that we had saved into just on the way out flying business class as a bit of a special treat, because we missed going away for her 30th birthday. It's over a year ago now. So I'm hoping that'll make her a little bit more comfortable, a bit more relaxed, and more inclined to kind of go to the kitchen and stretch her legs for a snack. And do you know what I mean? Like little changes like that, just to keep those legs moving, keep her healthy. I'm going to buy her some compression socks and a few other bits. Bregan's radar getting so annoyed a minute ago. Mike says, what would you recommend to avoid that for me? Bit difficult being a wheelchair user, but I love flying, Mike's saying. Really good question. Yeah, as the guys are saying, compression socks. They're meant to be quite good. Even if you're seated, you could do some exercises in your seat as well, potentially. Some stretches and things, or you could just massage your legs and encourage blood flow via a massage through your muscles. But I mean, depending on what your ability is, Mike, I would suggest maybe asking a doctor or even researching online. I'm sure there's probably a decent amount that will, a decent kind of set of resources online that will help give you exercises dependent on your own health and your own specific requirements for flying. Definitely worth researching. DVT post-COVID, certainly people that got the AstraZeneca vaccine as well, really prone to clotting. And I've never known anything like it. Oh yeah, flying has gone through the roof post-COVID now, and with that, an unprecedented amount of cardiac arrests on flights, and it's worrying. And it's all DVT, deep vein thrombosis, clots forming in the legs and the rest of the body. Staying hydrated is another big one as well on flights. Mike, nice. Are you going to the US in 2024 for FSX or Expo 2024? I reckon that's going to be in Vegas this year. Somebody mentioned it yesterday as well, shared the same kind of thoughts. I think it's definitely going to be Vegas. I'm hoping to attend next year. It depends how long it takes for them to announce the actual venue, because it needs... I need lots of notice. So basically, for annual leave through next year, through to March 2025, I have to put that. In October. That's how far in advance I have to put my leave requests in. Yeah, Badger, you can get clots sitting at your computer desk as well. Even just sitting on your sofa for too many hours watching TV. That's why I always try and... The Boeing seat's really good for that, because I've got like a little raised bit I can stretch my legs onto, and I go out and stretch my legs and bits as well. On that note, in about 5 to 10 minutes I'm going to zip away and become quiet, because I've got to go and give my dog his next dose of medication. And the medication's kind of playing havoc with his bladder at the minute as well, so I've got to take him out very briefly into the garden just to help him go toilet. Bless him. Mike, very nice, going on a cruise. Didn't know you were a cruise guy. I've never been on one before myself. Never interested me. I don't know. I always think maybe it'd be a bit too cramped for me. I like space. I like peace and quiet. Cruises always seem quite busy, and I'm also... You get different types of cruises, of course, but like the party cruises and the really busy cruises where there's loads of experiences, that's too busy for me. I like relaxation. Willie says you can get brain clots watching Swiss as well. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Doc. Yeah, just moving. In fact, one of the ladies I dealt with, I can't remember what she flew in from. She was only 30 something, 33, 34 years old. Quite sad. She hadn't moved for a number of hours on her long haul flight, and then got up to go to the toilet before descent, before the seatbelt signs came on. And as she did, she literally got into the aisle, and that contraction of the muscles alone was enough to dislodge a clot that had formed in her legs. It travelled up to her heart and just collapsed her there and then. She survived because they managed to declare it a medical emergency, get her down at Heathrow. We managed to rush on and assist with the CPR and all that kind of thing, and she survived. But I think because of the length of time she was out for, there's like a brain issue, because it was starved of oxygen for slightly too long, which is real sad. 33, 34 roughly, I think, from memory. I can't remember. But you always do your best with that kind of thing. Mr. Theslam saying cruising is a brilliant way of seeing the world. I know, like things like the fjords and things around Scandinavia look really beautiful, but I know Bergen, for example, are really moving now to block a lot of block a lot of these cruise services now, aren't they? Because of the environmental damage of them sailing in and sailing out again. TJ says cruises are fun. I've only been on one and loved it. Aaron, oof, he's had the official email. His Fly UK account has been deleted. Sad times. And the giveaway chat, it's the giveaway questions in the live chat for you guys. If you've not yet entered, hit subscribe before you do, and then answer the question that's in the chat correctly. What set of islands is Ponta Delgada situated within? Doc, she was lucky because she was still young. Yeah. I think the term is she's in a vegetative state, so it's quite sad. Just one clot, enough to have caused that. Yeah, you've got to really be careful of deep vein thrombosis. Willie says, Mrs. Canuck and I are considering a cruise in the Norwegian fjords. I'd love to visit there once, at least once or twice. Flight into Bergen or somewhere similar. Commentator says, blimey, new fear unlocked. You're going to be doing one of those Davina workouts in the middle of the aisle on your next flight, commentator. Some Davina McCall fit in 25 workouts or whatever they are. Star jumps and all that kind of thing. People will be like, what the hell is going on with this guy? Guys, it's the DVT, it's the DVT. 160 miles to top of descent. Mr. Motivator, yes. I expect to see a commentator in your Mr. Motivator leggings doing your stretches and then trying to like corral all the rest of the passengers in your cabin to join in with you. Here's a question actually. Maybe Matthew might know the answer to this as a real driver, a real pilot. If, say for example, you had, I don't know, a whole A320 split into one cabin or two cabins, doesn't really matter, but say 2/3 of the cabin at the back decided to all start to exercise and do little star jumps and things like that, would that affect the actual flight characteristics of the aircraft in cruise? Matthew said, just stretching your legs while seated can help. Absolutely, yeah. Just doing a few little stretches seated and little muscle rubs and things can definitely help. Ian says he's been on a few cruises from Singapore and Fort Lauderdale with Royal Caribbean. Great fun. Just eat too much and none of your clothes fit when you get off. Travel2 says, did I apply for the Aer Lingus sponsored program? Nope. No, I haven't. I'm going to be doing the BA one in September. I'm going to just throw my name in the hat for that one. Little says cruises aren't for him. Living on a small coastal city and having cruise ships 3 times as tall as the buildings and having the streets cramped is not exactly my piece of cake. Yeah, it's a bit of a different experience for you when you're kind of watching the tourists fill where you live, a small little coastal city. That in itself is enough to kind of put you off, isn't it? Matthew says, I'll put it to you this way, in a conventional aircraft, non-fly-by-wire, we can absolutely tell when our first officers are walking up and down the aisles whilst hand flying. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that. That's quite incredible, isn't it? So in this, because it's kind of doing it all for us, not so much, but in 737, for example, we have the crew there all moving rearwards or moving forwards down the cabin. If you're hand flying, Matthew would have to be constantly retrimming to keep the aeroplane in balance just with 3 or 4 people moving about. That's remarkable. So very, very finite balance. I'm glad I asked now, that's blown my mind. for the sake of, say, a 65 kilo female walking up and down on an aeroplane that overall weighs 70,000 kilograms, you wouldn't think it makes that much of a difference, but my goodness. There's a second fear unlocked. Commentator, next time you fly, you're gonna be doing all your star jumps, Davina McCall fitting 50, and then you're gonna be watching all the cabin crew go up and down, thinking, my goodness, pilots hope they're not in manual flight retrimming this. Double fear. Stuart, not quite close, not quite. US Saab 340, they asked a rather large passenger in first class to move to the back because the airplane wasn't going to take off. That's fantastic. Absolute chaos. He'll just be doing it in his seat instead, kicking the person a bit in front, and then that'll end up in a fight, and the crew will have to come and de-escalate that. My biggest pet hate on flights, kids kicking the seat. My goodness, that is one very quick way to trigger me. I won't talk about what I do for work, Stuart, much beyond obviously the discussion we've had, but yeah. Oh yeah, there's Liam. My goodness. It's fine, isn't it? You can pay all you want for a first class ticket, but if the aeroplane's not going to take off, your ticket's worthless. It happens more often than people realise as well, to be fair. Pacific Island Airline, Andy says, weigh all the passengers before allocating seats. It's a smart way to do it. Most airlines just kind of take an average, but an average weight in America is entirely different to an average weight in Japan, and an entirely different average weight to that of the UK. So I guess it's local kind of calculations with airlines, as opposed to a generic global figure. Mr. Theslam's great to hear. Yeah, Flow Pro does take a bit of getting used to, doesn't it? But when you get it set up right, you get the right widgets. My goodness, it's impressive. Right, 100 nautical miles to top of descent. Gonna run downstairs, give the dog his medication, let him go out for a pee, and then I'm going to fly back up, no pun intended, and we'll go through the approach, the arrival, weather data, and all that jazz. And I will leave the cabin simulation window up so you guys can watch the crew do their thing at the time. Matthew Simulations, welcome, welcome. Okie doke, we are back. There we are, thanks for that folks. I've got to make sure his medication schedule stays adhered to, but he's got to go out as well and relieve the bladder and all that kind of thing. That Great Scout Jamboree, that was quite recent, wasn't it? Because I remember seeing hundreds and hundreds of scouts at Heathrow recently. They all went off to, was it Korea? South Korea, I think it was. We're on week 8 now, Ian. Week 8 out of 12 for his recovery. So he's doing well. We're kind of stepping down the sedative pills that he has to kind of keep him calm and chill. We're kind of just slowly weaning him off those so that ideally he stays calm, but he doesn't need any more pills to keep him calm, if that makes sense, because the less the better ultimately. But he had x-rays yesterday, they've all come back good. Very promising. The surgeon was quite smug apparently, because it's healing up very well. Andy, yeah, I'd heard it was really badly organised, and I think it was the UK Scouts, they all ended up leaving the camp, something saying that the facilities were atrocious. I remember hearing about it on the news. Let's look at the charts. We'll get the METAR for LPPD once more. In the live chat. Come on, Nightbot. Bosh. There we go. So 270 at 10. What have we got in here? Let's have a look. See. Oh, that's a point actually. Top of descent. 1421. Oof. I've missed the top of descent call, haven't I? 10 minutes to descent thingy. I don't think I'm ever going to get a good score on self-loading cargo, to be honest.
Hi.
Just to let you know that there's around 10 minutes to go before we start descending.
Thanks.
I put a note on my thing, 14:53, and completely forgot about it. But hey ho, 10 minutes to go, that'll do. And then I can do a PA system, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes, or 5 minutes to descend.
Good afternoon once again from the cockpit. I hope you're enjoying the flight so far.
That'll do, 5 minutes.
We'll be descending in just a few minutes from now.
Anyway, back to the charts.
The forecast is looking good, so it should be a nice easy approach into the airport. We're not expecting any delays, so we should be able to land fairly quickly.
264.
Once we do start our descent,
no, sorry, Beacon 275 degrees, Beacon 7 Alpha. What are we on? No, we're on the 7 Bravo, so it is Beacon 264 degrees down to Zubat direct, basically. Clearance limit. And the ILS Zulu Category C and D aircraft has a straight in approach from many, many miles out. What have we got here? It's a Zubat 55. Navpo at 55. And then we can go to the next page. What have we got then? 1022, 25 degrees Celsius for the temperature now. It's heating up. 270 at 10. Transition altitude. Yeah, we'll go for 6,000. Transition altitude 6,000. QNH 1022, so we'll go for 7,000. And then Barrow 430. In the RadNav page, 1095, that's the frequency, 298 is the course inbound, that's good. Yeah, that'll do. Missed approach is turn left on track 286, climb to 2000, then turn left to Petted Holding, climb to 3000 or as directed. Match says, I stayed in a hotel in BHM while it was hosting a few hundred kids in town for a youth convention. Didn't get a lick of sleep that night, really needed a different crew hotel for that one. I mean, they're organised a long time in advance, well, aren't they? So it always comes as a surprise to me that they're shocked when you say it's too noisy. Let's have a landing calculator, touchdown. Yeah. Let's see what this gives us. So runway slope was -3. Landing distance available. (200s). 298. Elevation is 187. Ignition is dry. Reverse thrust, yes. Full flaps, no overweight procedure, no auto land. Weight is that for now, and the approach speed it wants 135. Calculate. Medium auto brake apparently, and reverse thrust. There we are. And low says we'll overrun. So that's set, 20 miles to go. Oh yeah, I was looking at the wrong form, wasn't I? It is about -2 degrees though, because the... Oh, actually, hold on. That's 2 degrees uphill. 2% uphill. There we are. Alright, let's work this out very briefly, hold on. So... Take away 187. (1 degree). 1%, sorry. It doesn't change it anyway. Alright, jolly good. That's all set anyway. I am quite distracted, aren't I, Rab? Can you tell? Do I sound more distracted than usual? Okay, let's go. Manage descent 6000 on the box. Just before top of descent, and we click the button. Mike, the passengers very rarely complained because they knew that they were in the wrong effectively. They are ruthless though, so basically when I didn't want to get promoted because I wanted to leave BA and go elsewhere because I realised that they were never going to pay for my training in-house to become a pilot, they started to try and actively manage me out of the company. Like informal warnings and things like that. On my last flight, I remember I was on the A380. I was actually really buzzing because it was a good trip anyway. But the cabin manager said to me that he was going to take me off the service and just have me sit and chill because he didn't want me, knowing it's my last flight, to affect the experience of passengers. And I was like, well, you obviously just don't trust me then. I'm still capable of doing my job. And he backed off and let me work. Will the speed back to Mach 80. Trotter says hello down below. Don't know if you guys could hear him woof. So it reckons at Beacon we were meant to have 3.2 tonnes of fuel on board. We've actually got 1.1 tonnes more than we need. So our planned landing weight earlier on, before departure, was 64.8.
Good afternoon once again from the cockpit. As you may have noticed, we've begun our descent.
65.9 is more so the kind of realistic figures for
and I will
this.
shortly be instructing the cabin crew to get the cabin ready for our arrival. Once that happens, the seatbelt sign will be illuminated and you will be required to stay seated and secured until after landing. If you need to visit the toilet, it may be worth making your way towards one now. You'll next hear from me after landing, so I will wish you a very good afternoon once again, and I'll speak to you in a short while.
Looks fine there, look, bottom of descent right there. Aaron's bringing one of our jets back for Osprey fleet back into Manchester. Guaranteed today it'll be flown back out and then just left somewhere like Burgos or Alicante or something. Almost back on that VNAV path there. The aeroplane's done well to get that back. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what the training was like. I think I remember watching a very British airline. It was from quite a few years back now, wasn't it? Yeah, their standards are very exacting. Certainly in the premium cabins. The biggest things were like first aid and all that kind of thing, and emergency evacuation, emergency procedures, all of that. That's really they were really hot on that. Ian says, what's the VNAV like on this these days? Pretty good, pretty smooth. Never really having many issues with it, to be honest. That's the thing, Andy. So a lot of people going into that kind of world are doing it because it's glamorous, or they want a really fun lifestyle and all that kind of thing. They have to have it drilled into them that actually you might deal with violent passengers, you might deal with medical emergencies, you might have to save a life, you might have to assist the pilot if one becomes incapacitated, you might have, you know, all these different things, and they have to kind of shake some of the people to be like, look, this could happen in real life and it's down to you to deal with it. So the training is pretty good. I'm going to go back to managed speed here just to let the aeroplane deal with it. They can just flick around in the range. This is where I think Willie's on about where you do need to watch the speed. So instantly we've gone back to managed speed and it's gone right to the top of the band. I actually bust the VNAV profile a little bit. I was expecting it to be on it a bit more. Towards the end clipper, A380. My goodness, it's good. What an aeroplane that is. But prior to that, the 747-400 was lovely from a nostalgic and a historical point of view as well. Being the queen of the skies, always fond of that. Beyond that, the 777-300, I really liked that, the stretched version. Every time I was on the 300, I was like, yeah, this is brilliant. Look at the size of this thing. I spent most of my long haul time flying on the 777s. Did some 747, did some A380, and then did the A319, 20 and 21s. Not all of them Willies. Some of the 777s had they were for like A-class config, I think it was called back then. I can't remember now exactly. But they were for like the shorter long haul routes to some of the African destinations like Lagos and Nairobi. So because of that, they didn't have a proper crew rest. It was literally the last 2 rows in the centre stack with a curtain around it, and that was it, which was not good. Yeah, you need to be certified for each aircraft type, Liam. Maximum of 3. So when the A380 came out, I had to drop the 747-400 and then retrain onto the A380. You have to learn everything. Aircraft layout diagrams. There's examinations for that kind of thing. You have to know exactly where all of the equipment is on the aeroplane, to the row number and the exact locker. Very, very precise stuff. And every single flight you're asked safety questions and a medical question. If you fail them, you get asked a final set, and if you don't get that right, you're offloaded and you're referred to your manager for further training and disciplinary. Because they say safety's paramount. If you can't answer a safety question, then you might not be able to actually do it if it happened. Same with the medical stuff. So in that sense, they were really ruthless. I was lucky I never failed any of those, but I was in the room sometimes in briefing where one of the girls would get it wrong, and then you can see the panic on their face knowing they're about to be offloaded if they get the next question incorrect. And then, yeah, every now and again, some of them did, and they were escorted out of the briefing room straight to the duty managers. But all the airlines do it. Clipper, yeah, so the A319, 20 and 21, because they're the same aircraft family, they share one category effectively, same one certification. Same with the 757 and the 767 from memory, unless maybe for crew, that's maybe for pilots. I think for cabin crew it's separate certification. I'd have to check though. Chris Packard, welcome. We've got the crew heading to the, oh there we go, Alana Cortez.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned the seatbelt signs on. Please take your seats. You must now remain seated.
Exactly, Willie, yeah, that's one of the pieces of training as well. You have to put a smoke hood on, and it's really disorientating. You have to fight fire with a smoke hood on.
Si son tan amables, por favor verifiquen que su equipaje está bien colocado y el respaldo de su asiento está en posición vertical y sin mesa plegada, y su cinturón de seguridad abrochado.
No worries, Chris Packett, great to have you here. Hello, loosely. I don't really talk about what I do for work. Not allowed.
Por favor, desenchufen sus dispositivos de la toma eléctrica.
Talking about my previous jobs though.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be landing at the airport in a few minutes. Please check that your carry item is now put away. The back of your seat is in full upright position, your table is folded away, and that your seat belt is fastened. From now on, all handheld electronic devices must be safely held and in a flight safe mode or disconnected. Laptop must be switched off and stored away. All devices must be unplugged from power socket. Thank you for flying with us.
Roger Dodger, QNH 1022. Yeah, it's fair enough, Aaron. Quite a few years, DG. Like 4 or 5 years? I can't remember. A fair while ago now. Just go quickly wiggle that standard pressure because I want to make sure QNH 1022 is set. When we hit that transition, we can quickly deal with it and just switch across seamlessly. $13,000. Lovely weather, isn't it? What do you reckon, folks? Do you think we should kind of just go IFR, but kind of just fly at VFR and hand fly the sector to Horta? Or shall we do it kind of quote unquote properly, get the flight plan all planned and filed, and then fly it that way? When we get here, by the way, we will explore, then we'll pick a winner before this second sector.
Cabin crew, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please can you clear all items from the aisle and under your seat, and place your seats and trays in the upright position. Please fasten your seatbelts and remember to turn off all electronic devices until after landing. Thank you.
I think Liam's ahead of us, but he's not on my TCAS, which is on. I'll put it on all, because I think he might be below us by now. Definitely ahead. Decel point coming up through 10,000, so we'll see the VNAV speed now drop down to 250, below 10. Aircraft will level off as it is doing so now. This is the VNAV doing its thing. Helping the aeroplane decelerate. We have a little while to go to decelerate to 250, and then the nose will begin to come down again for that VNAV descent. 35 track miles. Ponta Delgada traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, QNH 1022 inbound, flight level 100. Zubat for the ILS runway 23 approach. Currently 35 track miles to run. We'll report final correction ILS Zulu runway 30. Stuffed that up a little bit, didn't we? Making a meal out of it. Seatbelt signs and the lights. Everything else is good. Auto brake medium. Parking brake is off. Back into the descent through 10,000. Coming up to transition at 7. Got our approach charts ready to go. I'm going to set 5-5. Ian, have a good night, buddy.
Madrid 94, 25 track miles to run. Direct into runway 30 for Joe Paulo International.
Oh crikey, he's really close. I'm going to come down to approach speed now, because otherwise it's going to really stuff us. Speed brake. He's just popped up now on TCAS at 2.5 miles. I'm hoping Liam keeps his speed up to final accurately. And in fact I'm going to use vectors here. Ponta Delgada traffic barrier 33 Delta Alpha as 5 track miles to the east of Zubat. Going to vector initially 230 for separation. 130. We'll kill that as well for now. We'll do 225 knots. So we might just have to extend a little bit. Do a little bit of self-vectoring. Might just extend south first, and then routing back on ourselves. Activate the approach phase now through standard pressure. Yes, he's on a TCAS alert there. Now he's vanished. Crikey, is that him there? It is. No way. Far too close. How did he get that far ahead and then that far close? 9 knot headwind, 4 knot crosswind. Who have we got in behind us? Oh god, everybody's descending on us at the same time. This is going to go really wrong. Sequencing's well out today. Ponta Delgada traffic Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, reducing to minimum clean, turning right 060 degrees, back towards Navajo.
Cabin crew,
I hope
keep
I've
the
got
landing
this
lead.
right. Little dog leg. Just lost the speed a bit there through green dot, but that's fine. Liam's now quite a few miles ahead. Alrighty. So LS 24 miles. We'll bring her in this way. So this has given us now, there's a little bit of self-vectoring. We've managed to just give ourselves some separation there from Liam ahead of us. Gives him less pressure, gives us less pressure as well, but it does potentially then mean that the folks behind will need to start to work out their sequencing as well. I'm going to just come down to 5,000. With that, approach mode engaged, lock mode's active, armed, and Alt-GS is armed. Laps 1, just to help bring that speed down, we'll go down to the S. Not getting a rush to decelerate this aeroplane. We're going to go ground spoilers arms. With that now I should get the announcement here.
Class A coast straight 904, 8 miles, track to runway.
Alright, that's worked out quite nicely then. Look at that, we've got 10 miles. Actually, we've ended up with a bit too much separation. So I will keep my speed up for the people behind. A bit more discipline there from all of us. So I will help the others out now. My turn to help them. Ignition just mode norm, Andy. I don't think we need a rest. And this is going to be my first look at the new iniBuilds Ponta Delgada airport scenery, which has, I think, from memory, a port down here that's part of the scenery, but I might be wrong. Find out when we get there. Autopilot 1 and 2, Cat 1. Minimums are set. Lock is captured. Ponta Delgada traffic Iberia 33 Delta Alpha is established. ILS Zulu, runway 30, 18 miles, QNH 1022. Resemo, I don't know if you can see that screen, but 62 frames per second, which is where my sim is capped, maximum limit, and I'm running the sim at 4K. I don't know if you can see that overlay that popped up on the screen a moment ago. There should be some oil and gas tanks on the left if it's accurate, like down here somewhere. As in like in the water, or I can see a ship in the harbour. Glide slopes alive. Cat 3 dual, interesting. This was a Cat 3 approach. Right next to the runway, okay. We'll look out for that then. I'm sure it's there, it's got to be. And here I'm just keeping the speed up, I'm not rushing to let it lead away. 12 miles is coming up, 3,600 is where we want to be for that. Lap 2. Keeping the speed 180 till 8. Very tempting to decelerate the plane.
Out of traffic.
There's a tanker, there's a cruise ship, there's the airport, there's a little cargo area there in the middle, and then the main terminal right off in the corner on the right hand side. It's a lovely, lovely approach, isn't it? Check. Which is interesting because it looks like we're a bit low, but I'll trust the glide slope. 900 foot per minute. Which is probably about right for this speed. Gear down. And now I'm just going to count the actual speed lead off properly. So I've kept the speed up a bit more, 180 till about 6. And we should cross 160 about 4. By the time we decelerate the jet. Lap 3. There's 160, 4.8 miles, not too far from what we were predicting there. And then full flat final approach configuration set. Here we go, Ponta Delgada. Hey, the port area looks really good. Look at that. The landing memo's no blue. Just a bit uncertain on the glide slope there. Lost the speed, look. Almost going into alpha floor actually. Which is a bit worrying. So if that triggers that, we're going to have to just go around.
1,000.
But I kind of want to look at this a little bit on final. Look at that, it's just spectacular. Really nice. Unique part of the world for sure. Alright, coming up to 1,000, my controls. Unless the wind changes, we won't need to make many corrections. Flybywire's going to handle it for us. Oops. A little too firm there on the slight nose down. Pitch.
500, 100 above. Minimum.
Continue. Ooh, a little bit of sink there.
300. 200. 200. 100.
Looking ahead.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
work to get back on that centre line gently. Reverse screen. 80 knots. My brakes. But well,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
that's
to
nonsense
Delgada.
then.
The local time is 12:47 a.m.
Low auto brake would have been
It's currently lovely
absolutely
and warm
sufficient
25
there.
degrees Celsius outside. That's 77 Fahrenheit.
If there was an aeroplane coming, we wouldn't be able to vacate here.
Any personal belongings
We'll vacate
stored
here
on
anyway,
board with you.
just in case someone
Caution
is
when
closer
opening
behind.
the overhead bins, as heavy articles may have shifted around during the flight. If you require deplaning assistance, please remain in your seat until all other passengers have deplaned. One of our crew members will then be pleased to assist you.
What's the
Please
gate,
remain
Doc?
seated until the aircraft reaches the gate and we'll get you offloaded as soon as possible. Thanks very much.
Horta Delgada traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, runway vacated, taxi to
Bienvenidos,
Whiskey
placer
6.
anunciarles que hemos aterrizado en hora. Por favor, permanezcan sentados con el cinturón de seguridad abrochado hasta que se apague la señal y mantengan sus dispositivos en modo avión o apagados hasta la
297 foot per minute though, and yeah, almost right at the end of the touchdown zone
Antes de
again.
salir del
Here.
avión, revisen,
Doors to
por favor,
manual,
que no
please.
olviden a bordo ninguna de sus pertenencias como teléfonos móviles u otros dispositivos. Les agradecemos que
So that would
dejen
have been a
las
go
maletas
around if we'd
encima
have
de sus
passed that
butacas.
final square. Flaps up, and ground spoilers disarmed. Just taxiing in on idle.
Gracias por confiar en Iberia.
Lovely bit of fence work.
Curious
Curious to know what that is though. Floating. We'll have a look at that in a little moment because that might be a glaring bug. Some weirdness. But we'll have a look.
Ensure you leave him for any of personal blankets, surgery, or any other devices.
There's the windsock.
Please leave the blanket on your seat.
Whiskey
Reminder legal time is 9:30
6.
a.m.
And we've got a custom GSX profile here. Thanks to iniBuilds, configuring one.
Thank you for choosing Iberia.
I will shut down engine 2. Whiskey 7, Whiskey 6. Nose lights off. Turning in.
Delgada traffic, Oscar 784, 5 nautical miles out, for the ILS 1130.
Gently on the brakes. Or just creak it in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the captain turns off the seatbelt sign. Once that happens, we will start deboarding and you'll be able to leave
Yeah, that's
the
a weird
aircraft.
LOD thing, look, because that weird barriers have just suddenly dropped back down again, the ones that were floating. Yeah, no, Doc, we mentioned that when we were vacating. You obviously missed that bit. Ah, so close.
Delgada traffic, Osprey 490, 10 mile final, ILS 30. Delgada traffic, Osprey 784, 4 miles final, ILS 30. Delgada traffic.
Oh, and again. So close. Jolly good. So, engine 1 off.
The boarding requested.
Very good parking. Come on, give me Gangnam Style. With your carrot sticks. No, not that impressed. Right, where are we? Beacon.
Pronto, Captain.
Seatbelts.
Go ahead.
Sarta's getting all the equipment.
Captain, microphone
Let's check New Sky then for
You're
our
loud and
score.
clear. 5
See
over
how
5.
we've done.
Roger.
Cabin crew, the aircraft is secure.
13
The
pounds
jetway is
profit.
connecting.
Oh,
Start
lovely.
boarding once ready.
Off centerline landing, fair enough. And long touchdown, I think that's downgraded us a bit. And a bit average.
Roger.
133. Weird route for the Iberia service. Tap fly more direct. As do, I think, Azores. Air Azores. Alrighty. Let's configure for an explore. We might as well start at the port. I just missed the touchdown. Bloody hell. In the Eurovision livery. Apron looks quite nice. The taxiway textures and things look really good as well. Has the tower got a little interior? A little bit of one. My drone camera's set too quick, if that makes sense. There we go. Couple of screens. There's their kind of radar approach screen. I've got some CCTV up there as well. Oh wow, actually from Azores, Ponta Delgada. That's pretty cool. There's the fire station for the water ferries. And there's that GA kind of stand that we were mentioning earlier on as well. I can't remember, is this one or the Simulations scenery? I can't remember which. I think it might be this one. One of them you can spawn inside here. I might be wrong on that. I think I probably am wrong on that because there was no interior. Is this a different scenery? I can't remember what it was that we've done recently that had that feature. Big old hill, nothing really here though. There's the fuel farm that somebody was asking about earlier on. Kind of the with the oil tanks. Oh look, it's an Air BP one. And it looks like a little Air BP station there as well. They've not excluded that truck road thing though. Time to watch a touchdown. Look how high this is on a hill. Development version LD, the experimental version doesn't exist anymore. There's two types of the A32NX. You have the stable, which I never ever ever use, never have done. And there is also the development branch, which is the one that we're using. It's another Eurovision A320. Fenix does some weird stuff, so when it touches down you'll see the landing gear start to retract and deploy constantly. I can't do anything about that, unfortunately. Oh. Okay, that's just VATSIM losing his position. There we go, that's his touchdown. Looked really good. And yeah, Fenix AI thing doing proper weird stuff. Short final behind him. Choffinek, it's a cargo, looks 747. Jeez. Don't forget, we got one more hop. We're going to go and have a look at the Simulations Horta. Oh, he's going around. Oh, he's got speed brake deployed. Oof. Squeaky bum moment for him then. That's going to absolutely destroy climb performance. Right, what else have we got here then? So, around the edge of the airport, they've done a bit of work with some of the environment. It's not amazing, is it, on the outside here? Buildings are a little bit messy. I suppose on short final you want the shape, you don't really care too much beyond that. But the little roadway they've done here is quite nice with the plants, the trees. Oh wow! Look at that. Now if I wind the time, self-loading cargo finished. Yeah, flight report, jolly good. Delayed arrival, Joffinek. Got a C for that. Apparently 92 foot per minute, 1.3 G. Right, anyway. Let's wind the time forwards. It's about night time. Ooh! Look at that! That's quite snazzy, isn't it? Then you can veer off round the little roundabout, past them people sat chilling eating a sandwich, and then head up that road towards the airport. That's quite snazzy. While we've got it dark, we'll zip out to the port. We saw this big chimney thing as well, this mill or something on short final. That's quite nice. Weird though, because it's super close to the airport. And here's that port. Quite nice. Is it back to the live time? Let your eyes adjust. Oof, that's bright. And we can see the actual work that they've done with the pier area and the kind of rocks and things as well to give the pier some ballast. A couple of little ships. And then we could be at the pier, look, having some fish and chips, watching a cargo lux come into land. Look at that, right on the hill, isn't it? Backdrop there looks really good with the 7.4, doesn't it? Little iniBuilds yacht. I'm sure they could probably afford a yacht as well. With the deals and things that they've had. Let's see. How's this touchdown? Oop! I bet he was hoping, oh thank goodness he was looking at the pier instead. Nope. Planted. So yeah, nice. They haven't gone into like crazy levels of detail with the yacht, the kind of docklands area, have they, in the port? But it's enough to give you that beautiful view on the approach, and it was quite a spectacular approach. Be one to maybe enjoy with a nice replay and get those wing views. Little castle here as well, look, that they've modelled in, which kind of gives me a little bit like Corfu vibes. Little guns, little turrets, little minarets. Yeah, some nice little features kind of nestled into the buildings here. There's that granary type thing. And we'll follow the red brick road. Badger, have a good one, buddy. I think this road takes us to the airport, but we'll follow this one. Which one is it? This is the one that they've actually textured. Servicateur. Have a little roundabout. What have we got here? Meteorological Institute of Ponta Delgada by the looks of it. A couple of custom signs. Over the bridge. Ah, yes, okay, so you go under that bridge and then we drive to the airport. Look, cargo looks underneath. So these kind of buildings and things here, or the barriers and things, were the bits that we saw earlier on that were kind of all floating and being a bit weird. Not quite placed exactly correct. But yeah, the car park is very nicely detailed with the fence work and the backdrop of that terminal and the apron. Big old cargo looks. Yeah, there's the yellow things that were floating that we saw. Look at that. Very impressive overview as we make our way to the terminal. We're not going to go there just yet. We'll tease on the outside. Very nice. Wavy flags. And then if we zip over to night time again. No, I always click the weather tab, don't I? See what it looks like at night. Oh yes, there we go. Nice emissives on the signs. This is my favourite time of day and night in the sim. Ooh, look at this. My goodness, that must have been painstaking levels of detail to get those trees done. Very nice. We wouldn't have noticed that if we hadn't gone to the nighttime view. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Cesar says this is really close to real life, really good. We'll head over the light beams. We've got the Ponta Delgada sign on the top of the hill there, and Pope John Paul II visited on the 11th of March, May 1991. Cool. Little bit of history there nodded in as well. I like it. Oh, can we go through here? Ah, that would have been a little Easter egg. Okay, we'll venture to this side just to see what's about, see if they've done anything over here. Unlikely though. Although the coastline. Yeah, it looks like they've done the coastline, which is nice. Certainly on short final, look, the rocks and things definitely look custom. So if we're flying in on final here, they've got the wash and everything underneath. Breakwater. It'd be nice to see if the flags didn't flow in sync, but yeah, the rock formations here, very nicely done. That's definitely custom cliff work. Really nice. That's very good actually. Little bridge. Overall, very, very nice, isn't it? Very impressive. Little fire trucks. Going off-roading, doesn't quite fancy the tarmac. Okay, completely off-road here. Off-road. And then we've got the terminal. which I don't think has an interior, but we'll have a look, we'll find out. That definitely doesn't. The apron textures are really impressive though. Oh, it does have an interior. The airside sections, wow. They're a bit weird, out of proportion, but I get where they've gone with that. Nice. Let's see what this looks like at night. We'll see what it looks like from the outside looking in as well. Super bright. Picking some of their favourite perfume. And that looks like oh, organic homemade ice cream. I was about to say it looks like a lounge, but it's not. Quite nice. I wonder if that was our custom. Oh, it is. Look, it's our custom GSX profile, folks. They've walked in all the way from our aircraft, and they're following the zebra crossing all into international arrivals. Although they're not, though. They're actually going into departures gate 1. David, have a good one, buddy. This song, In the Clouds by Daxton. So this GSX profile is included in the scenery via iniBuilds. You have to go into the scenery folders when you download it and install it, and you'll see then a folder called Official GSX Profile. You copy that and you put it in your Virtuali folder, Virtuali MSFS folder within app data, if that makes sense. Really nice kind of mosaic work there as well, the tiles and things. But all round, quite impressive actually, really nice. I like it. Good work. I think it's time we draw a winner. Find out who's won a copy of this really nice scenery. And while we do that, and while I build the tension, I'm just going to plan our next sector by sim brief. Well, actually, we'll do it by New Sky. Very short hop this. LPHR, A20N. We'll keep the livery, we'll keep the aircraft as well. "45-minute block time, very short. 15:25. Right, let's get planning. So departing 30, expecting Arnav Zulu 28. And the altitude for the sector, oh, Doc hasn't told us. It's going to be low. We'll just leave it on auto and see what it generates. It's going to be about 19,000 feet, probably, I have to guess. What's it giving us? Flight level 280? No way. No way, we're not doing that. 280. Too high. Flight level 180 then. If it wants evens. That's a bit better. 5,000 block, cost index 35, we'll do flight level 180. We'll fly low and fast. This next leg. Oh yes, that's a good point as well actually. I need to change the flight plan call sign. Uh, 33 Delta Alpha. We'll use the same call sign actually. Why not? 33 Delta Alpha. We'll just extend the service. How is it taking so long for them to disembark? Right, where are we? I might have been off the that one. We can create a new sector here. Start a new flight. Which is weird, because what it actually does is it closes self-loading cargo, then it recreates it again. And this is what I meant about the it doesn't understand shortfall stuff. So actually, you know what? I'm going to bin off self-loading cargo. Close window. That'll do. Solid. We don't need self-loading cargo for this one. Right. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, we're going for 180. While they're getting off then. ATSU. AOC. Init request. PD to HR. We'll keep that. We could use the winds as well, we'll pop that in because it's only a couple of clicks, keeps it nice and accurate with the VNav and things. That's all good. And then in the loading, LPD to HR. Fuel. We'll go for instant refueling. Payload. Download. Instant. With that we can go clear in it. B. And the fuel planning was 4994, so basically 5 tons, which is the same as that. Performance calculations though, I don't think it gives us top of descent landing. It doesn't give us takeoff performance here. So for that, I might use Fast Airplane Toolbox. I'm just going to have a look at Navigraph and on Valanta as well, actually. Flight plan fetched. PDL to Horta. And we're going to be doing, so the Timto 3X-ray departure to Timto, and then Velas direct RNAV 28 Zulu. 45 minutes total travel, 158 nautical miles. Jolly good. And we'll go for Toga again. I won't use a flex, although if we do, we'll do 68. But we'll run it as a short runway up. It's uphill. That actually increases your runway takeoff run of about 10%. So for that, we'll use flap 2 and toga to play it safe. 280, so 1, 280. We'll run it for 1,000 above. Like so. And yeah, I've just done those, haven't I? So V speeds it in. Let's add our departure. Oops, no. Departure 30. Tiptoe 3 X-ray. That's correct. Insert. And then Horta arrivals. I'll have 28 Zulu. Approach via Velas. So that's all good. Tiptoe, Solgi, Elban, Velas, and then the arc inbound to the runway. With that in mind, we have to then, like the Heathrow Manchester service as well, we have to make sure that we do the super quick kind of journeys. LPHR for the METAR. And we'll pop that in as well. So QNH1020 at Horta and temperature 26 degrees Celsius. 250 at 10 for the winds. Super short runway at Horta from memory as well. So we've got our work cut out for us. And the transition will go for 7,000 again. Full config. And we mentioned about configuring the arrival as well. Now we have to do all of it. So what is this? Arrival. Neck. Approaches Arnav Zulu 285 Velas. There we go. So that's our route out of Ponta Delgada, heading up to Timto, and then the H115 airway to Elban, and then Velas inbound. So as we spoke, kind of skirting that Sao Jorge airport down past Pico through the gap, and then turning in on the final approach with no arrival, like so. Initial climb, we'll set 6,000 initially. In fact, I'll just keep it all the way up to 180, and then that's the RNAV arrival. So Velas 247 all the way around in. There's a little 1 there, which means 237 degrees for 3.1 miles between the gap, and then into runway 28. Missed approach is flying his climbing curve around to HR 560 to hold. And we'll go for category C, we'll go for RMP 0.3, 750 for the Barrow. At that point it will be autopilot off anyway, but so I might hand fly the whole ruddy thing. Set 180, and I'm going to reset QATL because I can't be bothered to wait for this guy, GSX. 16, 20, and 25 for push, so 5 minutes to push back. Let's get rid of the charts. GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure with Air Azores. So let's find out who the winner is, shall we? With this lovely copy of iniBuilds, Ponta Delgada Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Big thanks to iniBuilds for supplying us with a copy to use for today. Allowing me to show it to you guys, and giving away a copy as well, courtesy of them too. And the answer of course was Azores. Well done to everybody who's entered. We've got 72 eligible entries. If you do get drawn as a winner, make sure that you send me an email, britishafgeek1@gmail.com, or contact me directly via Discord, via our Discord server, to claim your prize within 24 hours. And then we'll get it added to your iniBuilds account over the next few days. Big good luck to everybody who's taken part. Thank you for taking part. And the winner is Sasha. Congratulations to you. contact me in the next 24 hours to claim your prize. Need proof / evidence of your YouTube account as well to make sure it matches up, and we'll go from there. Big congratulations. Second leg then to Horta, simulations, Horta airport scenery. Quite a short technical flight, a tricky flight as well indeed at that. So we want the nose right facing east on taxiway. With that in mind, we're just going to sort the drone camera speeds out for the rotation here. 3 and 9. Alrighty. Beacon on. Seatbelt signs.
Release the parking brakes, please.
Ponta Delgada traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, stand. Whiskey 6, QNH 1022, push start facing east. Rab, have a good one, buddy.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
Okay, ignition mode start. Let's pause the music, we don't need that. And engine 2 start. We'll run the Iberia safety demonstration once again in the background as we start her up.
Antes de despegar, tenemos que darles unas instrucciones de seguridad. Es importante que presten atención. Durante el despegue y aterrizaje, los dispositivos electrónicos deberán permanecer desenchufados.
Lee, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for flying along and tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the journey. MM Simulations Horta, which is the next new payware airport scenery that we're checking out today in our little double whammy. We are checking that out for the first time too, so excited to see that.
This aircraft has a Wi-Fi connection, which you can use in flight mode from the moment the doors are closed and until you leave the aircraft. Si han traído equipaje de mano, por favor colóquenlo en los compartimentos situados encima de sus butacas o debajo de sus asientos delanteros, dejando despejados los pasillos y salidas de emergencia. Durante el despegue y aterrizaje, compruebe que su mesa está cerrada, el asiento en posición vertical con el reposabrazos bajado, el reposapiés plegado, el cinturón de seguridad abrochado y la cortinilla de su ventana abierta. Please place your hand baggage in the overhead locker or under the seat in front of you, making sure not to block the aisle or emergency exit.
Coming in from Madeira.
During takeoff and landing, please check that your table is folded away, your seat is in the upright position with the armrest down, your footrest is folded away, your seatbelt is fastened, and the window blind is open. Por su seguridad, les recomendamos que mantengan su cinturón abrochado y visible durante todo el vuelo.
Opticas on.
Y siempre que la señal luminosa lo indique. Para abrocharlo, inserten la trabilla en su enganche correspondiente.
There's every chance this chap might vacate here, which will be a problem. Long push. Chuffing neck.
Please set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
This aircraft has 10 doors or marked exits. In the unlikely event of having to use the evacuation slide, follow the lighted path. Leave all baggage behind and remove high-heel shoes. Este avión tiene 10 puertas de salida señalizadas con la palabra exit.
Okay, so flaps 2. Right departure today for that performance calculations that we've kind of guessed. And we want trimmable horizontal stabilizer down 0.2, which is about there. Ignition mode norm, bullet trim reset neutral, and transport is armed. Control systems, flight controls, right aileron, fully right, good and neutral. Left, good and neutral. Back, good and neutral. It's the Luke Air Tool line, lukeairtool.net, and it's freeware. Fully right. He's landed, look. Fully left, and he's only just coming into view now with how much of an uphill this is. Taxi lights on. And remember, only inflate the jacket when you leave the aircraft. He's giving me the flag. Ponta Delgada traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, taxiing to hold point on Echo for runway 30.
In the event of loss of cabin pressure, a compartment above your head will open.
And I'll hold position here to give way to the vacating Azores Airbus.
Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe normally.
And Ponta Delgada traffic, Azores 161 has vacated 1830 on Delta, taxi to the apron and
Cool liveries. They fly, by the way, Azores fly to Boston in real life, I think in a 777. So it's situated in the middle of the Atlantic. There's flights from Heathrow, there's flights from Madrid.
Traffic, the Iberia, are you going to be taxiing on Echo, is that it?
AFA.
Okay, then I'll stop where I'm at and give you a way of so that you can cross Echo.
Roger, thank you. I'll make a bit of progress. Not too fast though, because I'll get penalised. Water brake max. We'll wait for the cabin secure as well, but we'll check it off.
In addition, always take notice of any signs and other information elements. Thank you very much for your attention. Esperamos que disfruten de un feliz vuelo.
There he goes. Nice livery. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Not a problem, Jay. You're fine.
Okie dokie. So we can bring our speed down a little bit more suitably now, especially because we're going downhill for this bit. And we're looking out to see if anyone else might be flying on final. No one's reported anything. There's nothing on text. Therefore, we're going straight for the backtrack. Did we decide if we're hand flying this or? Michael, welcome, welcome. Yeah, a little ad hoc additional service. Pushing it on time today a bit though, but I figured not streaming tomorrow, why not do an extra one today? Taxi, landing lights, runway turn off lights, strobes. APU off. Final check. Can't see anybody at all. No one's reporting anything. Ponta Delgada traffic Iberia 33 Delta Alpha via Echo backtrack 30. Okay, we're on the runway now. We can bring our speed up a little bit. We're going downhill, so we'll just stay on idle and we'll watch the speed slowly increase. I need to turn off the timer now because the giveaway's over. I'll do that while I'm on the runway. Seems like a suitable time. There we go. Bosh. It's quite a long runway. We don't really need flaps 2. Certainly because of how light we are, I think we would only get away with flap 1. I think flap 1 would be absolutely fine. But because I haven't used a performance calculator to actually calculate this today, I'm going for flap 2, and because it's uphill, we'll use toga. That's someone holding Echo. Or... Hello Ashley, yeah, we're still live. Much longer than I thought it would have been, to be fair. Poor woofer. Right, we're going for the takeoff. So, just gently on the brakes now because we've got to do this little turn. And actually, we'll follow the yellow line this time because it will help us A, keep our width, and B, use the runway properly. There's that chimney that we saw. And what a view, look at that. Ponta Delgada traffic Iberia 33 Delta Alpha taking off 30 Timto 3 X-ray. Really nice. Okay, let's not get too sidetracked. Okay, so crew advised, takeoff members no blue, and everything's set checked. %. Toga time. Engines look good. Toga. Speed's alive. Oof. Rapid acceleration. 18 knots already. Knew this would be absolutely no sweat for this jet. flight tracker on V1, rotates, V2, 3 degrees per second. Positive rate, you're up. Following the flight directors. Away we go. And Iberia 33 Delta Alpha is airborne Ponta Delgada. Cross lever climb. Flaps 1. Autopilot engage. Accelerating away. Flaps up. Ground spoilers disarmed. We'll continue climb to 180. Short hop will release the passengers. And away we go. What a view. Beautiful islands, the Azores. We've got the Azores actually, as well as a tour within Osprey Airways. For those of you who are in the virtual airline on New Sky, the Azores is one of the tours. Look at that volcanic landscape there. Stunning. That's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that huge lake inside that crater. 6,000s, standard pressure. Gonna be lazy, gonna turn those off. Oh. Nice to do 2 toga takeoffs as well, isn't it? There's the port and the airport in the distance. Really impressive airport actually, but an isolated area as well. Horta's a bit more niche, so Simulation's creating this next scenery. Very, very niche airport. Operated mainly with short haul hops from Ponta Delgada in Dash 8s in real life. Small private jets, that kind of thing. Not so much the airliner services, but the A320 can get in. I think the A320 is the largest certified aircraft that can operate into and out of Horta actually. So that's the point of today, and we can see them in the horizon in fact already. Clipper saying the A320 seems like there's almost not enough to do compared to the 737. Yeah, it makes you feel like you missed things because there is so little to do. But that's why I really love the PM to G737, because there's work to do throughout the climb. It's a beautiful bit of work, whereas the Airbus is AP1 and then seatbelts off, wind the seat back, sip your coffee, chill out, have a snack, let the computer do all the work, which for me is a little bit boring at times. You've got to think for yourself in the Boeing. But from a real point of view, operating an Airbus, I'm sure, is worlds apart. So much better from a crew workload perspective. Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button so far as well. Great to see loads of you enjoying the stream today. Azores says the only A320 into Horta is TAP from Lisbon. Azores Litos says fly the A320 from Horta to Lisbon as well. Yeah, it's a very, like I said a minute ago, it's a very niche airport, Horta, but challenging because of that. In fact, if we look at our landing data, not that this seemed very correct to be honest, but we'll run it anyway. charts. There's the runway, 1,595 metres long, and there's only 3 stands. Little diddly, and look at the terrain rising up along the runway there. Very tricky airport this. 117 and 81, so it's a slight downhill. And the landing distance available, runway length is 1595, but it's going to be more akin to about 1400 or 1425. We need to go for accuracy over smoothness here, really important. Runway elevation 117 and runway heading 279er. Dry, full flap, overweight no, reverse yes, auto land no, and the weight. What's our planned landing weight going to be? 64,360. Oh, we'll go for 6,500 because it's been a bit over, hasn't it? That's good. And then the approach speed 135 again. How uncanny. There we go. 0.5 is just a guesstimate. There you go. So apparently max auto brake is going to have us overrun. Interesting fact though, you can't select max auto brake in the Airbus unless it's full takeoff. So medium it is, and then we might have to use a bit of manual braking. I suspect medium is going to be fine, to be honest. I mean, look how quickly we stopped at Ponta Delgada. It'll be fine. Anyway, yeah, on the charts. So we've done the minimum, 750. We know 1500 level there for 5 miles. From HR 524 to 508. Final approach point, 279 for 3 degrees. That's that. How are you finding the new mug, Charles? Caesar, yeah, making a good point as well, saying Horta requires special qualifications and TAP did not want to maintain that route, so it's all over there at Azores now with co-chair. Thanks for sharing. Clipper says the PMTG 737 is a work of art. It's almost hard to describe how stunning of an aircraft it is. PMTG are experts at what they do. Fenix version 2 is very impressive as well. I'm really enjoying that. Still not the same for me. Same kind of fuzzy feeling and grin that I get with the 737. But very, very good, and a huge improvement from version 1, that's for sure. We're definitely going to have to backtrack this, so 279 all the way down, and then backtrack to vacate a Bravo into one of the stands here. We don't have any custom GSX profile for Horta. Which I think is nestled behind this. So we've got that first island that we're going to skirt over the coast of here, and then we're going to turn past Pico, which is the mountain here, the little volcano, and we're going to zip in. V1 and V2, Chetan, hello. V1 is your kind of committed speed, so if you get to V1 and something happens, then you've committed, you've got to take off. If you encounter a problem, like an engine failure, a fire, a master warning, something like that, which require you to reject your, cause you to reject your takeoff. Providing you're below V1, you can do that. Technically, you could, in theory, if it's somewhere like Heathrow, you might be able to actually reject after V1 if the runway is super long and you're in like an A320 flight to Manchester. Realistically, but the book says no. V2 is your kind of climb out speeds in real simple terms. There's a GSX profile for Horta. It was released the same day as the scenery, Litos says. That's good to know. Didn't know that though. The developer hasn't said that either. They hasn't told me that. Right, so we want to be at Velas at 5,000. Shadow Dancer it is, but when you look at Heathrow and if you're using full length then your V1 is going to be, what, a third of the way down the runway. So it counts for stoppage available, but in reality, if it was to account for the available stoppage at somewhere like Heathrow, your V1 is going to be like 180 knots instead. But yeah, if you get to V1, you're taking off. What was I doing? Completely lost my train of thought now. My goodness. Doc says if it's still the same, I think flybywire still can't fly RNAV on the final approach mode. We'll find out in a moment. I'll try and activate it. Ooh, that's interesting. That's not correct at all. Velas. Speed restriction max 220. Michael in Venice, welcome. I need to be at 5,000 there. Interesting. 220, 5,000. HR 524. To be fair, actually, we'll set 160 in the speed constraint there. 180. Too many guesses. That'll do. Well, I'm not going to overcomplicate this. We'll probably end up hand flying the whole ruddy thing in anyway. I'm tempted to go full Lufthansa with this one actually and turn the auto throttle off as well. Indicated 290, ground speed 361, true 386. Aaron. To be fair, we can probably wind this right up. Let's go to 310. Let's go to 320 because we're in an A320. Why not? And we'll do a final pull of the METAR into Horta. Pico, by the way, is included in one of the world updates. So that's another little island airport that you can fly to. So Azores now is actually fairly well covered with some nice airport scenery. Mainly payware and one freeware. 250 at 10. All the 9s scattered at 800. Scattered 1,100. Broken 2,500. Temperatures 27 QNH 1020. Keep smashing the like button, folks. If you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. I hope you've enjoyed the content today. Did we decide on a stream for Friday? I think we mentioned about potentially using the Boeing 747-8 first time post AAU2. But similarly, I'm quite keen to get back into the ATR again. Charles, yeah, but well, if it's a RNAV that has an LNAV and VNAV element to it, then yes. I don't think the flybywire A32NX currently is capable of that, though. What we were saying earlier on in the live chat. But we'll find out in a minute. I'll click approach to see if final approach mode gets active. from HR526, but if not, the autopilot will go off and I'll just hand fly it in. But I'm very tempted, like I said earlier, just to hand fly the whole final approach, including auto throttle, which is the SOPs at Lufthansa. We flew in here not too long ago, I think maybe last year, but a very, very scenic approach past Pico. Eclipse Southwest hand fly all approaches as well. Wow. Top of descent already. Down to 5,000. Much simpler without self-loading cargo and having to estimate time to descent and all the rest of it going on. Go.
Estimados pasajeros, en unos minutos aterrizaremos en el aeropuerto. Si son tan amables, por favor verifiquen que su equipaje está bien colocado y el respaldo de su asiento está en posición vertical.
There's our glimpse of Horta.
Y si su cinturón de seguridad abrochado.
The airport's just on that bottom there of the island, behind
Los dispositivos
Pico.
electrónicos de mano deberán de estar sujetos en modo avión o apagados y los ordenadores portátiles apagados y guardados. Por favor, desenchufen sus dispositivos de la toma eléctrica. Gracias por volar con nosotros. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be landing at the airport in a few minutes. Please check that your carry item is not put away. The back will be seated in full upper position, your table is folded away, and that your seatbelt is fastened. From now on, all handheld electronic devices must be safely held and in a flight safe mode or disconnected.
I think we're just going to hand fly this whole thing. What do you think? From now?
All devices must be unplugged from power socket. Thank you for
auto thrust and autopilot off. What do you guys think? Let me know in the live chat nice and quick. If it's an overwhelming yes, then I will. If it's not, then I won't. And then we'll just fly a visual approach. Brendan, hello. Alright, everyone's saying so far, do it. Alright. Y throttles. And with that, autopilot off. So, big rule, track FPA. Flight directors off. I'm just going to idle the throttle now just to help decelerate the jet. I'm going to set 250 as a little marker for me. Or 250, that'll do. Water traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha is inbound Solgi for the visual approach, runway 28. We'll report passing Pico and turning final. QNH expected 1020 Horta. So in the PMDG 737 and most of the Boeings, I would have to be making lots of little adjustments to trim, pitch, throttle, the whole lot, and it'd be quite a busy environment. Because this is an Airbus, if I turn the control visualizer on here, I've set the pitch at this and I've idled the throttle, We're gently decelerating now through 310. Maybe a little bit more nose forwards, just tiny bit like that. And it just balances itself because the fly-by-wire system will do it for us, because we are not really exerting ourselves all that much in this jet, it's got to be said. The tricky thing now is going to be managing the energy of the aircraft. So leveling off at 10,000 to get it down to 250 knots, 18 track miles to waypoint beginning with E, can't remember what it is. Jacob, hello to you, welcome. Yeah, sector 202. We're hand flying the whole the whole approach from now. Auto throttle off and autopilot off, because why not? Gently now to level off, because we are in control at 10,000. So how do we know we're flying level? Because the little bird on our track FPA will tell us that. And there we go, the speed's coming down with us as well. So we could in theory just fly like this if we wanted to for a little while. I don't do this often enough, Jacob, in the Airbus, to be fair. We've obviously turned the auto thrust off a little while ago into... oh, where was it? Somewhere up north. Olsen Vigra, there we go. And that was quite nice. It's something people don't do enough in the Airbus. People rely far too much on the automation. Let's throw ourselves into the immersion of, you know, hand flying this whole thing. Make it tricky for ourselves. Speed target now I'm going to set to 180 for now. Perf page. I'm going to set that to 135 so I can see now 135 is active. 10,000s. Lights. Yeah, look at the control visualizer. Not having to make many, or any, not having to make any adjustments at all with this, because the fly-by-wire, once we've set this pitch, that's it, we can just let go. I've literally got my hands off at the minute. I don't know. I feel confident I could absolutely stack it over there in a minute. Who knows? We'll see how we go. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm just letting that speed trickle away. A little bit more on the pitch. I'd have my hand constantly on the yoke if I was in the Boeing at the moment. Make sure I've got my charts ready for the approach as well, so I can see what we need to do. Peter's got us on drone cam already, nice. Velas max 220 knots, so we'll get a bit of speed breakout. .220 is our minimum clean. So below that we'll need to extend some flaps. And the aim here is just to be nice and smooth and progressive in the hand flight. We've still got work to do. Elements like this, QNH 1022. All the brake sets. Spoilers extended currently. Flaps 1, just to give us a little bit of flexibility, you know, increase of drag on the aeroplane to help decelerate and manage this speed. But we've gone through 220 now. I'm going to clear the ground spoilers away. I'm just going to watch that speed. So the slats and the flap extension at 1 is going to assist us here with managing some of the energy. Yeah, thanks Doc. QNH1020, good spot there. Again, it's autopilot and auto thrust off. Max 220, we're within that through Velas. Speed still coming down. Add a little bit of power. Lights and signs. Crossing Velas, bang on 5 actually there, that worked out nicely. Speed's good. We're kind of on the final approach phase of flight now. And there's the island of Pico. Let's arm the ground spoilers, then cabin crew seats for landing, so to speak. And we'll add a bit more power in just to prevent any deceleration below 200 knots for now. MPS Gaming, happy Buttersmoke Tires landing. Let's hope so. There's Little Pico Airport. Matthew says the real thing is quite nice to hand fly. Any tips for us mere flight simmers? There's a tip, don't crash. That's the name of the game. That would be a bad day in the office for sure, wouldn't it? What we got here? Look at that beautiful island of Pico. Stunning, sitting in the background. Watching over Horta as well. Such a different experience hand flying this to the Boeing 737, which is really full on, really hands on. Very busy. Certainly feel like you've got your work cut out for you. This just effortless. Just very small little adjustments on the yoke or the joystick. Matthew says very small and repetitive stick movements. Just nudge the stick and return to neutral. Good. That feels like kind of what I'm doing at the moment. Just tiny little adjustments, then releasing the kind of stick back to neutral. Let the fly-by-wire system do the work, I guess. Water traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha, QNH 1020, 10 mile final abeam Pico currently. Turning final for runway 28. Water traffic. Yeah, there we go. So about 10 mile final now. Lovely. Let's go gear down. The command manage speed. Flaps 2. Round we go, a little bit of terrain. Holding 1,500 in this phase here, up to 508, which is coming up pretty much where that hill is. That's where 508 is. Bit of power. I'm going to go to full flap as well as we extend. Full flap and yeah, power to just kind of counter that, to hold our airspeeds. I chose to hand fly, yeah. Landing memos, no blue. Landing gears down, 3 green, and flaps full and set. Auto brake medium. And we've already checked the lights and the signs, so we are good. Let's get her on the ground. It's 140, the speed's nice. And beginning our descent. So ground speed currently 133, so it's about 700 foot per minute is what we want. So I've set that now manually. 600. Bring that speed down. There's the runway. Water traffic area 33 Delta Alpha. Short final 28. So we can expect a bit of choppiness from the wind, perhaps over the edge of the hill. If it does back. Even if it veers, actually, to be fair, if it comes from the left up the hill, we can end up getting kind of updrafts as that wind moves up the hill. Similarly, the other way around, it could cause some downdrafts and turbulence.
100 above.
We're getting a few little bits of choppiness. But we're good, we've got 2 red, 2 white. We're happy. Just making small adjustments as that wind does change slowly and slightly. Maybe coming a bit too high there. Yeah, we are. So we'll just correct that.
Minimum.
Right, we're pretty stable anyway, so we'll continue for now. We'll reassess throughout. Very high. Let's be proactive here. We've kind of lost the speed slightly there. That's fine. We've got it back.
400.
That's good. MM Simulations Horta.
300. 200.
Looking ahead.
100.
Aiming to land short if we can, at least on the touchdown zone. Down and reverse. Decel, green. Reverse, green. .280 foot per minute through 60 knots. We'll get rid of the reverses. And we'll backtrack. So even medium with max auto brake there, we could have probably done low, to be fair. He's on a 10-mile final. Right on the touchdown zone. Dead chuffed with that. Look at that. Slightly to the right of the centre line though, according to that satellite imagery, but it is what it is. Border traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha's backtrack 28 to vacate Bravo. Just going to help him out here a little bit. Yeah, ordinarily we would go all the way to the end, follow the yellow line, but I'm not going to do that right now. Runway textures look quite nice. Unique kind of touchdown zone. 10-mile final, so he's kind of over there and making that turn. Oh, quite nice flying that actually, to be fair. I'm interested to do the same approach in the Phoenix version 2 for comparison actually as well. I think that'd be quite interesting to see, wouldn't it? We get off at Bravo. Yeah, a little dinky 736 there. Flaps up, ground spoilers disarmed, APU bleed. Horta traffic, Iberia 33 Delta Alpha is vacated at Bravo. Stand 1 isn't marked. Suppose it can only take one A320 at a time. We'll have to just make it up. We'll go left over here. It is marked actually. Stand 1 is right there under the wingtip. We'll have a little look at this. Pop engine 2 off for now. So MM Simulations have made multiple sceneries for Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is their latest product for the sim. They've also made some nice ones like Dalaman as well. Previously. That'll do, in lieu of being able to kind of park anywhere properly. So engine off. Ooh, GSX really pooping itself there. And we can't really use GSX either because we're not parked properly. So beacon off, belts off, and that'll have us done quite nicely there. Super short flight. And just in time to watch a touchdown. So again, with all this kind of thing, you've got to make sure that you can touch down accurately rather than smoothly, certainly with a short runway. Otherwise you'll float, 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 float. Before you know it, that's the end of the touchdown zone. And the end of the runway's right there. So you won't stop in time, therefore then you end up going around and bidding it off. So for me, my aiming point always was to try and hit that touchdown zone right there that we hit. Basic drone camera clip here. Here we go. Nicely done. It's in the FedEx. The AI goes a bit weird there. The second it recognises he's touchdown, the gear does weird stuff. But beautifully done. Is he going to stop? I'm not sure. Ah, he's done it. Nicely done. Stopped much more realistically than mine did. What have we got here then? So this is available on Sim Market and various other outlets as well. I think like Orbex and that sort of thing. Pretty basic fire station, isn't it? I'm curious, if you've ever been to Horta in real life, let us know in the live chat what you think to this. Lots of nice little details, including the bin. Decals far enough away look quite crisp, and the air traffic control tower looks really nicely modelled actually. With an interior it seems as well, so we'll have a little look at that too. Smash! Jolly good. Ooh! We're featured. We're on his little thing, and Tapsy as well, a little T for Tapsy. A couple of the streamers labelled there. Very snazzy. Let's slow the drone camera down. Eco, very, very hilly of course. Looks like there's an interior to the terminal building. Animated flags. As like I said earlier on, a very niche airport, but quite a nice airport as well. Before we go any further, let's run our new Sky client, see what we scored. Ah, they penalised me for a slight off-scent line landing. Look, 9.97 though, I'll take that. Great touchdown. A little bit of profit for the airline. Very nice. Let's have a look at the time, see what it looks like at night. Apron's got some nice lighting. Some of the texture, well, the emissives on the buildings there aren't great, but I think Horta doesn't operate at night. I might be wrong, but I don't think it does. But that's quite nice. Very, very bright emissives there in the main terminal concourse. Decent little backdrop though, isn't it? There's the Osprey parking. Couple of flags animated and waving about. And that's kind of it really. Yeah, let's have a look inside. Nothing really outside beyond that. Pico in the backdrop looks stunning, doesn't it? Big volcano just staring at you the whole time. Dominant in the on the horizon. What we got here? There you go. Flores, Terceira, Lisbon, Ponta Delgada. Couple of route options labelled away. Nice to see a bit of life here. Oh wow, look at that. Big old copper plaque. Pretty basic interior, isn't it? But you don't need it to be any kind of... You don't need more wizardry than that. We've got the arrivals hall here. Everybody waiting for their bags from that really nice landing that they just experienced on the Iberia shuttle service. And then steps that lead to... Ooh, they keep going. Ah. That's security. Oh, okay. I get it. Jeez. Crikey, where's the lifts? Oh, it's a sky bar. Oh, look at that. Ah, Aaron, don't worry, buddy. There's always next time. There you go. I mean, that's kind of it, isn't it, really? It's nothing more punchy than what we've just seen. A little bit of a departures waiting area and a bar. But the terminal area, as we kind of just were talking about just a moment ago, looks really nice, textured very well. The emissive's really good. Beyond that, it's just a bonus. I'm not sure what the price is. Probably in the region of around 15 quid. That tends to be roughly where Simulations price their products, which is quite expensive for a very small niche airport, but it gives you quite a nice, unique experience as well. Look at that approach we just flew. Nice little Horta blazoned in there on the grass too. Big congratulations to Sasha for winning the giveaway today for Ponta Delgada. I hope you guys have enjoyed the two sectors too. Keep an eye on the channel for Friday. I'll do it at some point tomorrow. I'll schedule the service. We just need to discuss and plan a route for those of you in green, our channel members on the channel there too. If you want to find this, you'll be able to find it on Sim Market, Orbex, and a few other online kind of resellers and things. And iniBuilds are selling Ponta Delgada as well. But in the meantime, as always, big thank you to tuning in, watching, flying along, hitting the like button, all our new subscribers, and thanks for taking part in our giveaway too. Hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you Friday for some more. Take care. Thanks for watching.